5%. And Spain is doing very well off our backs. So I'm not happy with Spain. Spain gets protection, and they know, look, they're sort of in the semi-middle of it, so they're going to get protected automatically. Even if you don't want to protect him, you're protecting him because of the way they're located. And I think what Spain did is a very bad thing for NATO. I think it's very unfair to NATO. It wouldn't matter if you said you're not going to protect them because they're pretty much protected. What are you going to do? Go through the other countries and let's go attack Spain, right? So I think what they did is not nice.
Not nice. How dare they not increase their defense expenditure to 5% of their GDP? No one gets to have social safety nets. Everyone needs to be American burger. Everyone must be America burger. No more social safety nets for you in Europe. What did Spain do? Spain was one of the only countries under NATO protection that refused to increase their defense expenditures to 5% of the GDP. All of these other countries have said, yes, sir, yes, Mr. President, we're going to do that. For a lot of these other countries, obviously moving numbers around in that regard means severe austerity in other places. Austerity for social safety nets, whether it be entitlements, whether it be like, unemployment spending, or whether it be obviously so whatever kind of like pension programs that they have or healthcare in many instances. So what the American government is demanding from them is to reduce the expenditures on all of the social stuff that people take advantage of, that people actually need to survive, and reprioritize that spending on defense. And of course, given that we are the #1 weapons dealer on the planet, they want that money to come back to the United States for our domestic manufacturing, for our weapons that we sell them. Some of the other countries have actually started creating their own competitive domestic markets, their own domestic defense industry, Germany being one of the examples of this. I don't know how Donald Trump will appreciate that. That's another thing that I don't understand completely, because like some countries are basically saying like, okay, well, we'll increase our expenditure, but we are going to spend it on ourselves again. We're going to rebuild our defense industries, and we are going to militarize. Basically, America is making every NATO nation into little Americas. All of the things that are wrong in the United States of America that people like myself, people like yourselves, regularly criticize, that our spending priorities are completely out of whack, where we just constantly fucking fund and subsidize this war machine rather than fixing our roads or fixing our infrastructure in general, making sure that we have adequate public transit in cities. Instead of doing any of that, fixing our education, fixing healthcare, instead of spending this money on ourselves, we spend it on war, more weapons of mass destruction, both on the R&D side and also on the subsidies we give to other countries so they can buy our weapons, right? Like, it's just this endless cycle of militarism, and every single thing that we complain about here in the United States of America as leftists, as socialists, as Marxists, okay, as radicals, is currently in Europe's immediate future. A lot of the European countries have already developed austerity measures in the last 20 years or so, and this has obviously created a lot of instability, a lot of anger, a lot of resentment. All of that resentment by right-wing forces has been directly shifted onto the refugees, partially the refugee crisis that we here in the United States of America greatly contributed to by destabilizing the entire fucking region. Obviously, if you destabilize and kick people out of their homes to the tens of millions, they're going to have to go somewhere else to survive, and that somewhere else is either Turkey or Europe. And right-wingers in Europe have used that as an opportunity to say, it's actually not the austerity backed by capital owners. It's actually the Muslims that are coming here that are like ruining your day-to-day existence. And America is now enforcing that. 1.5% of the 5% was for infrastructure. They just never told Trump that, so he can say 5%. I mean, I think no matter what happens, Europe is seemingly building its domestic military infrastructure and building its domestic military manufacturing, like domestic weapons manufacturing sectors.
I think it's very disrespectful to NATO. In fact, I was thinking about giving them trade punishment through tariffs because of what they did. And I may do that. I think unbelievably disrespectful. Spain, the only one out of all the countries in NATO, the only one that said that is Spain. And I think that's, I think they should be punished for that. Yes.
On the government shutdown, you have the money to pay the troops on October 15th. Okay, how is
I actually have a man who is a very wealthy person. You'll know that when I tell you this. Who called a donor, a great gentleman, and he said, if there's any money necessary, shortfall, for the paying of the troops, that I will pay it, meaning he will pay it. How about that? I said, look, we're not going to need it. We're going to take care of our troops. But this was a position that's being forced upon us by Democrats. And all they have to do is just sign a piece of paper saying we're going to keep it going the way it is. You know, there's nothing. It's not like it shouldn't even be an argument. They've signed it many times before. I don't want to bore you with the fact that Schumer said 100 times you should never close up government. But Schumer's a weakened politician. I mean, he's going to finish his career as a failed politician. He's a failed politician. He's allowed.
Okay, before we get into all this stuff, I do want to bring the conversation back to specifically the Israel Palestine equation, because he's like moving in and talking about like Spain and stuff. And I forgot I wanted to mention this, but as Jeremy Scahill, who literally has direct contact with the resistance, their resistance side's negotiators, who has interviewed them on numerous occasions, reports here that during the Gaza negotiations, Israel understood it would take time to recover all bodies of deceased captives. A specific mechanism for recovering the bodies was agreed. Now Israel is pretending that didn't happen so it can violate the deal and cut the agreed aid shipments in half. So the worst thing that I predicted would potentially happen, that I talked to Jeremy Scahill about, as a matter of fact, in our immediate conversation after the ceasefire, the so-called ceasefire deal, was that Israel would utilize some of the limitations that the resistance forces have in terms of like extracting some of these bodies to say, we're spoiling this deal, we're sullying the deal, and then claim that Hamas is actually sullying the deal. Hell-bent on continuing, regardless of the international support Trump got for committing them to a ceasefire. I worry that pull another Biden moment and falsely claim Hamas is not abiding Israel violate peace again. Israel is hell-bent on continuing its genocide regardless of the international support Trump got for committing them to a ceasefire. I worry that Trump will pull another Biden and falsely claim Hamas is not abiding by the conditions and let Israel violate peace again. Just like January. It was clearly laid out days ago that they will hand over everyone dead or alive within 72 hours, and people/bodies they cannot give. They will give all information they have on their last whereabouts. Yeah. Bonzer Berry reports that there are actually more footage of the transfer of bodies that are taking place. I think like the total number is now at 8. Following the transfer of only 4 bodies in violation of the agreement, in air quotes, Israel decided to reduce the entry of humanitarian aid to Gaza and prevent the departure of Gazans to Egypt. And the Gazans that are allowed to currently go to Egypt are medevac patients, patients that desperately are in need of additional health care, okay? Health care that they cannot properly get inside of the Gaza Strip. So the able-bodied that are stuck in the Strip as it stands currently are still not allowed to leave anyway. And the only people that are being allowed to leave are the people that are in critical condition, okay? And Israel is now not even letting them leave the Strip. Mediator to Israel. Hamas is making a great effort to bring back more prisoners who died. More deceased are expected to be transferred tonight in about 3 hours. Israel has informed the UN that 308 trucks will be allowed to enter the Gaza Strip starting tomorrow. Fuel and gas will not be allowed in except for specific cases related to humanitarian rehabilitation. This is half of what they agreed to in the negotiations. The mediators are already failing miserably to keep Israel in line, and it's only been a day since the prisoner exchange. Remember, I told you, post-Sunday, once all of the alive prisoners are released, you will then see Israel's true ambitions here. And very likely they will slowly but surely renege on the deal that they said yes to. And it's already slowly but surely happening. We will soon confront these hotspots firmly and will not allow any threats to internal security. We have documented more than 14 Israeli violations of the ceasefire agreement, and we raised them to the mediators in order to put an end to these practices and maintain the ceasefire. This is also the other side of the equation where Israel on the boundaries, because currently Israel still occupies 53% of the Gaza Strip. Okay, they did not do a full, they did not leave the Strip in its entirety. They still maintain control over 53% of the Gaza Strip. Okay, so from the position that they have established, they are still attacking Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Okay? Only 173 aid trucks have entered the sector since the crossings began operating, including 3 cooking gas trucks and 6 solar fuel trucks. This is just a drop in the ocean of needs, while no trucks entered yesterday nor today. Footage of the Red Cross receiving more deceased from Al-Qassam brigades moments ago. This happened an hour ago. Mohammed al-Hindi, the resistance factions did not agree to disarmament and do not accept the threat of forced disarmament. The occupation's attempts to place obstacles to evade the implementation of the agreement were expected. Yes, from what I understand, the aerial strikes have actually stopped, but there are still shootings happening. I think maybe like tank fire as well. There are no international forces on the ground to monitor the ceasefire in Gaza. Netanyahu failed to achieve the illusion of absolute victory, and we will not accept the presence of an international senior representative to govern the sector. The occupation army announces that they have just received 4 additional bodies from the Red Cross. 8 total deceased prisoners have been located and handed to Israel so far. More footage of the transfer of bodies. You can see about a dozen Al-Qassam Brigade's fighters present, mostly just sharing this because the Al-Qassam Brigades haven't been making as many appearances as they did in January. I suspect it's primarily because they recognize how fragile this ceasefire is. Ultimately, Hamas will neither return its weapons nor be defeated by the IDF. In other words, Benjamin Netanyahu will not achieve his stated main goal, which is to completely collapse Hamas. And this is from Maariv. Netanyahu's goal of completely destroying Hamas is unrealistic and has brought Israel to the lowest point in its history due to setting an impossible goal due to the military's lack of proper preparedness. What they actually fail to consider here, which is what some other Israeli generals have openly mentioned in different points, is that you cannot eradicate an idea because Hamas is a mere representation of the Palestinian resistance. Their interest in surviving, their interest in emancipation. This is something that generals for the past 2 years within the IDF military infrastructure that have openly fucking said time and time again that you just can't kill your way out of this problem. You just can't murder your way out of this problem, because the reality of the matter is every single person that you kill has a relative, has a family member. And then when they see their bloodied and massacred family members, they also want to take up arms against the entity that has done this massacre. That's just how it fucking works. Hamas, even if dissolved in its entirety, is going to turn into Hamas 2, if you want to call it that, right? Hamas itself is an evolution from the previous formation of Palestinian resistance. Back in the day, it was the PLO, right? Those were the terrorists. Those are the scary terrorists. If Israel cannot commit to a long-standing peace and stop its occupation, then of course the people that are living under that occupation are inevitably going to resist no matter what, unless they actually complete their ethnic cleansing campaign. This is what they are trying to do in Gaza. This is also what they're trying to do at a slower pace and in a more decentralized fashion in the West Bank. Okay? It was not the military pressure of the IDF that brought Hamas to the current deal, as military commentators and reporters who have become IDF spokespeople in the media try to claim. This is a fantasy of people who are guided by ideology and emotion, not logic. Zamir failed in everything he has said. Hamas was not defeated, and not a single hostage was released through military pressure. The opposite is true. Nearly 70 fighters were killed in Operation Gideon's Chariots, and many more were injured. Security sources announced full control over militia in Gaza City. Sources told Al Jazeera the security forces have gained complete control over the armed militia in Gaza City and are carrying out a comprehensive sweeping operation. 60 arrests have been made. The security forces reported that a number of individuals accused of executing displaced persons and collaborating with the occupation were killed during clashes with the militia in Gaza. This is potentially the final day they have before the security situation changes with respect to Israel. Once the prisoners are released, this was 2 days ago from Bonzer Berry. Once the prisoners are released and the 72-hour period ends, the terms become ambiguous and the ceasefire becomes entirely predicated on good faith negotiations and on Trump's word. This is why I kept repeating over and over again that what was important was actually going to come after Monday. Once the 72-hour is over, once the 72-hour timeline is over, and that Hamas is actually released and the entirety of the resistance forces have released all of the alive captives, okay, that in the aftermath of that, that's when the phase 2 negotiations would take place. Anyway, let's listen to Moin Rabbani discussing the Gaza ceasefire on Al Jazeera. This was yesterday.
Joining us live is from Montreal is Moin Rabbani. He's a non-resident fellow with the Center for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies. Moin, thank you so much for joining us. We have to look at the wider picture here. This is just the beginning, perhaps, of a process where we see Israel withdraw. What are you looking at the pitfalls and the bottlenecks in this ceasefire deal?
Well, the first question is whether this is the beginning or the end. Some people have suggested that once Israel retrieves its captives, it will simply resume its genocidal military offensive in the Gaza Strip. Others have suggested that Israel will wait until negotiations collapse over the second stage of the Trump-Netanyahu proposal over issues like governance and disarmament. But looked at more broadly, it's, I think, equally plausible to suggest that this agreement will hold and, in some respects, will mimic the ceasefire agreement in Lebanon, where the Palestinians cease fire and Israel continues to fire. And at the same time, Israel may be quite content to see negotiations over governance and disarmament and so on collapse, because it could then use these as a pretext to maintain its forces inside the Gaza Strip, to prevent reconstruction, and so on. So I think what will happen after today is very much up in the air, and it's really unclear what will happen the minute Trump's flight leaves back to Washington.
Ultimately, Moon, though, you look at all this and you realize that it's also going to be contingent on how Mr. Trump's resolve is.
Well, that's the main problem. I mean, we saw already in January that Trump was very determined to get an Israeli-Palestinian agreement, but really the only thing he was interested in was to have a diplomatic achievement on the day of his inauguration. And thereafter, the interest waned, and Israel was able to successfully manipulate the situation and resume and even intensify the Gaza genocide with the full-throated support of Washington. People have suggested that this time it's different because, particularly after the Israeli bombing of the Qatari capital, Doha, the Arab leaders realize now that their own sovereignty and national security hangs in the balance, and that they therefore impressed upon Trump the need to seriously address this issue. But again, Washington's attention span is everything in this issue, because the decisions are ultimately going to be made not by Israel, not by the Palestinians, not by the Arab states, but by the United States. And we've seen in the past that when it comes to turf wars, if you will, in Washington, Israel usually comes out on top.
To really also look at Benjamin Netanyahu here, there's a lot of pressure on him. And, you know, of course, Donald Trump, you could argue, has sort of, I suppose, twisted his arm to get this done. And, you know, that's the resolve part of it. But let's face it,
If this is exactly how the January deal unfolded, it's just going to go back to the business as usual, continuing the genocide, and Trump offering coverage, protective coverage to offering protective coverage to the Israeli side, making it seem as though it's actually Hamas that is violating these deals. And that is the worst possible outcome. I mean, there are multiple outcomes here. Almost all of them are horrible, right? The viceroyship that they place upon the Palestinian population that will be completely manipulated and directed by Israeli interests is bad. As the rest of the world turns a blind eye to the fate of the Palestinians, like that would be horrible, right? But also, the worst possible outcome here is that Israel continues its genocide with bombing and destruction, and simply claims we had to do it because Hamas wouldn't abide by the standards and the conditions set forth in this ceasefire process. Now, there are a lot of other regional actors that are participating in this, which is what makes it less likely that that will be the case. And it seems like Donald Trump has also said that this is going to be complete, like this is going to be a ceasefire. Now, we know that he is very malleable. We know that he is at the mercy of whatever fucking Israel wants. So who knows? Who knows if this will be who knows if this will be consistent? Who knows if this will be a long-lasting commitment? Anyway, for the time being, Donald Trump is now doing the Charlie Kirk event, a posthumous
Able to fight people.
Medal of Honor
were
being
enemies,
given
and he
to
didn't
Charlie Kirk.
necessarily love those enemies so much. You know, I heard he loved his enemies, and I said, wait a minute, is that the same Charlie that I know? I'm not sure, but I didn't want to get into it. But it was a horrible, heinous, demonic act of murder. He was assassinated in the prime of his life for boldly speaking the truth, for living his faith and relentlessly fighting for a better and stronger America. He loved this country. And that's why this afternoon it's my privilege to posthumously award Charles James Kirk our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you. As you know, only hours ago, I returned from a very historic trip to secure peace in the Middle East. People said that couldn't be done. Charlie felt it could be done. Charlie felt it could be done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. But I raced back halfway around the globe. I was going to call Erica and say, Erica, could you maybe move it to Friday? And I didn't have the courage to call. But you know why I didn't call? Because I heard today was Charlie's birthday. And I said, you know, that was a definite. And I said, we're going to have to forget about some of those very big, very rich countries that expected me to be there. And I can tell you, based on the length of that flight, I wouldn't want to go back tomorrow.
For Charlie.
But I would not have missed this moment for anything in the world. Nothing. And it's a very important time for our country, and our country is doing so well. It's never done better. We are a country with almost now $18 trillion of investment coming in. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. Previous administration had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have more than 18, it'll be much more than 20 by the time the year, more than $20 trillion. There's never been a country in the world that had anything like that. What's happened to our country is incredible in a short period of time. Charlie was a big person for, sir, could we close up those borders, please, a little bit, you know?
Yeah, he loved everything that I was doing and hated everything that I wouldn't do.
But, you know, it came out last 4 months. Literally nobody was allowed into our country. And the only people that were allowed in were people that came in legally. The borders are absolutely stone cold closed. And they reported 0, 0, 0, and 0. So that's pretty good. But he was a big believer. He wanted people in the country more than I did, frankly. He wanted them to come in legally. And he got his wish. October 14th is Charlie's birthday, and he should have been turning 32 years old. I tell you, when I first met him, he was like 22. And I said, boy, he's awfully young. But I thought he was older than that, you know.
We're back to the self-suck chatters. You already know.
That's not good when you're old. But when you're young, it's great. He had the best of all things, but he was special. But instead, Charlie is attaining a far more important milestone. We're
People are over
entering
Charlie.
his name forever into the eternal roster
I mean,
of
yeah.
true American heroes. He's a true American
it's
hero,
expected.
an amazing person, way, way beyond his years. And I'm honored to be joined by a woman who has endured unspeakable hardship with unbelievable strength, and that's Charlie's widow, Erica. And I just want to thank you, Erica. He loved you so much. I was with him. Oh, please. Thank you, darling. Thank you. I was with him before I met Erica, and he told me he was going to get married. He said, you won't believe how beautiful she is. I said, well, then now that I meet her, he's right. But then he also said, and you know what?
Fuck?
She's like the smartest person I know. See, they do go together on occasion. Not often. Not often. But on occasion they go together. But he was in love with you. He was deeply in love with you. It's great. Erica, your love and courage have been an inspiration to all of us, and we will always be here for you, and we're always going to be here for your gorgeous, beautiful children. And we'll never forget what your family has sacrificed for our country. Man loved our country. When things were going badly for our country, he was so, as you know, angry. He would get angry because he said it doesn't have to be that way. We're also pleased to be joined by an incredible group of Charlie's friends, very powerful friends, actually, and some not so powerful, and they're actually better people, okay? I know them all. They're the less powerful ones. I have to tell you that, all of you power guys down here. The best ones in the group are the ones that are less successful, but that happens too. No, they're all great, and they're here. And let's start with Erica's father. Where is Erica's father? Where are you? Where are you, Dad? Oh, look at him. Wow. I want to get a hat like that,
allowed?
too. I like that. How are you? Nice to see you again. Thanks as well to Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been fantastic. J.D., thank you very much. Great. Doing a great job. Did a great job on Sunday with George Slopadopoulos. put him away pretty good. Second lady, who's a phenomenal woman, Usmnt. Thank you very much, Usha. Thank you very much. Great woman. President of Argentina. He wanted to be here. That's Argentina's a serious flight, right? And he's become a superstar, and he's doing amazing things. He's a MAGA person, but it's make Argentina great again. That's what he does, right? And I want you to stand, please, Javier Milei. Doing a great job. Thank you very much. Many members of my cabinet are here, just about all of them are here. I won't go into every single one of them, but I'll announce a few of the people that have really turned this country around and helped me. Incredible people. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Where is Mike? Mike, what a job you're doing, Mike. What a job you're doing. And I watched you this morning, and you're in there trying to say, look, just let the country open. Everything will be fine. We're dealing with some radical left lunatics. And I just wish Charlie was here to fight us. I think the fight would have been over already. He would have had a march on the Capitol by people whose average age is about 21, because there's nobody that had that relationship with young people. Right, Mike? So thank you, Mike, for being here. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Steve, thank you very much. A brave guy and a friend. House Majority Whip, another terrific man, Tom Emmer. Tom. Thank you, Tom. Senate Majority Whip, John Barrasso. John, thank you very much. You have all these senators. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm not going to read all their names. I'll be reading all day. We'll be talking about Charlie in about 45 minutes from now. We can't do that. So all of the senators, there's so many of you, thank you very much. I do want to thank Senator Thune for doing a terrific job. He's really been leading properly. Do you agree, Mike? The team, the two of these guys have been fantastic. So to Senator Thune, I want to thank you very much. Incredible job. I watched him this morning, and he was out there pounding him this morning on television, too. And John Barrasso, thank you for the work you've done, and congratulations on your success. But I want to thank you all and all of the Congress people that are here. And I see we have our Attorney General here, and you are doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Pam. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have everybody. Wow, that's incredible. Okay, I'm not going to do any more. I'm going to be here too long, but I just want to thank you. Have given him such support, but he always gave you such support. That's why you're here. And very unusual. Charles James Kirk was a visionary and one of the greatest figures of his generation. He was truly an amazing figure and growing leaps and bounds. He knew that the fight to preserve our heritage is waged not only on the battlefield and in the halls of power, of which we have tremendous power here, including the head of a place called War. We call it now War. We had defense. We had our Secretary of Defense. Now we have a Secretary of War. And somehow I think it's more emblematic, and hopefully we'll never have to use war, but the fact that we're ready is very good. Peace through strength is very important, but also in the hearts of our nation's youth. That's where Charlie rode strongest. At age 18, that insight inspired Charlie to found the organization that ultimately touched the lives of millions and millions of people, and so many young people that nobody's ever seen anything like it, frankly. Turning Point USA. It's amazing, and it's actually bigger now. It's become bigger in the last few weeks than Charlie ever thought. I think his end vision in many years from now would have been just a fraction of what it turned out to be in a couple of weeks, right? It's amazing. With hard work and joyful spirit and endless enthusiasm and determination. And he did have great enthusiasm. You know, I always say you need enthusiasm to be successful. He had great enthusiasm. Charlie grew Turning Point into the largest conservative youth organization in the entire country. He forged a personal bond with countless young conservatives. He fought for free speech, religious liberty, strong borders, and a very strong and proud America. In everything he did, he put America first. He really put America first. And ultimately, Charlie became more than a leader of an important organization. He became the leader of historic movements all over the country. There were movements, individual movements, one movement, but it was historic. Everything he did was historic, and a true evangelist for the cause of freedom and the word of Almighty God. God was very important to Charlie. He would say, you know, if you don't have religion, you're not going to have a strong country. It's true. He was so wise beyond his years. You know, I talk to him sometimes and say, this guy is like a young guy. He was really a wise man. From the time Charlie worked on my presidential campaign in 2016, and he was there right from the beginning. He liked me. I don't know. I have no idea why. What the hell was he thinking? He said, you're going to win, sir. I said, you know, I'm running against 17 senators and a lot of tough people and governors. We have all these people. And he said, no, you're going to win, sir. He said, not going to be close. And he made it happen. He helped make it happen, I'll tell you that. Without him, who knows what would be. Maybe you'd have Kamala standing here today. That would not be good. I will tell you, Javier, you don't know who Kamala is. Promise, it would not be good. You agree with that, Howard? He also mobilized countless citizens to go vote. It's called Go Vote. Very simple. And with his help in 2024, we won more young people than any Republican by far in the history of our country. And we won the popular vote. We won the swing states, all 7 of them. Remember, they said, oh, well, if Trump could win 4, that would be nice. I win 7 by a lot, by a landslide. But the popular vote was massive. And we won the Electoral College. Remember, they said, well, it's going to be very hard. I'd say 270. Well, we got 312 to 226. And then we won something called districts and councils and different things. But in one case, we won 2,750 to 525. That's the one where you see the map is almost entirely red, except they have a little blue line on one side and a little blue line, meaning New York and a little bit Los Angeles. I have a feeling that if the vote were 100%, we would have won that too. You want to know the truth. But he knew, and he knew very well, and he also understood honesty, and he was always concerned with honesty. He said the only way we can lose is if the cheating gets so bad, and that's where we came up with a little phrase, too big to rig. We said, go out and vote. Just go out and vote. And we had that. Remember, we used to say that all the time because people would say, oh, they're going to win. We don't have to vote. Let's go to a movie. We'll come home and watch later. And he wasn't about that. So we come up to, together, we came up with that phrase, we got to make it too big. I never made a speech where I didn't say at the end, now look, the polls are showing good. Don't believe the polls. He said, we're going to make it, Susie, right? Too big to rig. So if you think we're going to win by a lot, doesn't matter. Pretend we're losing. You got to go out and vote. They voted. And at 9:02, the whole thing was over, right? 9:02. Remember they said, oh, this could go a few days. Well, it went a few minutes. 9:02. And he knew that. And I felt it, but he knew it. He knew it. I think he knew it more than anybody. But Charlie never missed an opportunity to remind us of the Judeo-Christian principles of our nation's founding or to share his deep Christian faith. In his final moments, Charlie testified to the greatness of America and to the glory of our Savior, with whom he now rests in heaven. And he is going to make heaven. I said, I'm not sure I can make it, but he's going to make it. He's there. He's looking down on us right now. It's so incredible. Look at this, how this turned out. This was supposed to be so dark and cloudy. Not dark and cloudy, is it? Look at that, how beautiful that is. There's no artist that can capture it as beautiful as it is today. Wow. It's amazing.
Wow.
As I said, on the day that he was assassinated, Charlie Kirk was a martyr for truth and for freedom. And from Socrates to think, and to St. Peter, from Abraham Lincoln to Martin Luther King, those who change history the most, and he really did.
I can't
always
stand
risked
the
their
fact that they
lives
compare
for
him to
causes that
MLK,
were
especially
put on earth
because
to
he
defend.
has
He was
routinely
put on earth to do
shit
exactly
on
what he was
MLK.
doing. He didn't want to waste
Charlie
time. He
Kirk
would have been
has
a top
straight
student
up said horrible
at any
things about Martin
college in
Luther
the
King
country. I
Jr.,
know the
and now
colleges
they're
well. He was
comparing
so
him to
smart
Martin
about
Luther
the
King
guys.
Jr.
He
as
was-
in
he
the
was so
affirmative.
smart. But he almost, I guess, didn't have the time.
I don't even know if he
knew
would
what
like
wanted
that,
to do. It wasn't
personally.
I
Like,
wanna
what are we
sit in
talking
the
about?
classroom for 4 years listening to people. teach me liberal principles, because they were never going to teach him that anyway. But he didn't have the time. He really didn't have the time. But every time the enemies of goodness and virtue tried to silence the voice of righteous and noble leaders like Charlie, they failed. They seem to
Yes, we
fail.
will talk
Ultimately,
about-
they look like they're doing well.
Once this is over, we'll talk about the
and then they
political
end up
piece.
failing.
But it's like obvious
Because
to
the
me that they're
truth
trying to
has
keep this
been
alive to the best of their
unrelenting
ability, and they're
over the
failing
years,
to do
over
so because
history.
in this day and
And
age,
people
it's
like
very
Charlie,
difficult to
just
keep
they've
people's
got a
attention
power
on
that
one thing and one thing
others
only.
don't
That's
have,
number one.
very
And
few
number
people
two,
will ever have.
it's
So today, like
it's not
those
only very
martyrs
difficult to keep
before
people's
him,
attention on
Charlie's
one
voice,
singular
his message,
focus,
and his
one singular
legacy
news
is
story, and
stronger
secondly,
and
like a lot of
greater
people obviously didn't
than ever
really like
before. They
him.
are
A lot of
greater
people
than
also
ever
had their you
Look,
know,
this
their
is a
negative
horrible event,
associations
but
with
it
him.
brought
I mean,
out
this
the
has on
greatness
Fox News
of
has
Charlie.
34,000
Nothing
live
good
viewers, like
ever
as opposed to the
supplanted
previous
this.
you
It's
know,
incredible the way people are
WWE style
talking about
funeral
it.
proceedings that took place. Like
And,
people have moved on from it
and
already.
with great love. I mean, I read so many stories about some of the enemies, but I watch the enemies, and it's hard for them to speak badly about them because they just don't. And then you do have people in the days since Charlie's killing, we've seen exactly why our country so dearly needed his example. We've watched legions of far-left radicals resort to desperate acts of violence and terror because they know that their ideas and arguments are persuading no one. They know that they're failing. They have the devil's ideology, and they're failing, and they know it. They feel it, and they become violent. They seem to become very violent on the left. They've rammed vehicles into federal law enforcement, fired sniper rifles at ICE agents, and me, you know. But I made a turn at a good time. I made a turn at a good time. I turned to the right. Charlie couldn't believe it, actually. He said, "How the hell did you make that turn?" I said, "I don't know." But fired rifles and threatened the lives of our Supreme Court justices, our great justices. They have to be protected. We just issued a lot of money, $60 million, to protect the Supreme Court justices. Very important. We can't let anything happen. In places of worship, we're protecting our people. We've seen that a candidate for Attorney General in Virginia boasted that he would want to see the Republican legislature, a legislator in Virginia, shot in the head and to see his children murdered. He actually said this. And now he continues to run for office, and most people continue to back him, but he said he wants his man shot. He said shot in the head and to see his children murdered. And they keep running. Pretty amazing, right? That's a bad one. Let's see how that turns out, but that's a really bad one. Nobody's heard that one before. Especially in the wake of Charlie's assassination, our country must have absolutely no tolerance for this radical left violence, extremism, and terror. We're done with the angry mobs, and we're not.
I do think that like
our cities be unsafe.
the other side of this
We're
is
gonna
that
make
like
sure our cities are
Trump
safe. When you
can't
have Chicago, where they had 4,000
Trump can't
people
have
murdered
singular
over a
focus
very short
on
period of
any
time.
issue that doesn't
4,000
revolve
people.
around himself.
And then we have a
Like,
governor
no
standing up
matter
and saying
how
things are going
fortuitous this could have been
swimmingly
for their
like that.
ambitions
We're
to
gonna make
violate
Chicago
the First
safe, just like
Amendment
we're gonna
and
make
to further
what we did
prosecute
in DC. It's so
political
nice that we
enemies of the
started here, 'cause
state,
this was one of the most violent
his
places in
own
the
ego,
United
his
States.
own
It'd be
narcissism
dangerous to be right
is
out here.
unironically getting in the way of him
go to a
communicating
restaurant,
how
the restaurants
serious
were
this
open,
is,
the
how
whole place
important
was
this
packed. They have
is.
these gorgeous- look at the Washington
Wait,
Monument
he
over
did?
there.
He
They have
actually
these
did mention
gorgeous
how a
buildings
bullet
and
missed him, but it hit
monuments and
Charlie?
stuff.
Is that what he...
And people were
Oh my
afraid to
God,
leave
that was
their
a
apartments. They
fucking
were afraid
meme
to
from
go to
like
work.
the second day. This
get into
a
an
day
Uber,
after Charlie was
and they'd
shot
feel safe,
and
and then the Uber
assassinated.
would be
Someone
attacked.
said it's going to be, y'all are
what they
complaining
made,
right
the
now,
safety, and then the
but
Uber was
just
attacked.
wait till he talks
the
about how he
trip
dodged a bullet expertly
we've
and
done a
Charlie
great
actually
job,
didn't
and now
fucking,
considered
Charlie
a
actually
totally
didn't.
safe city. We
He's
had
going to talk
no
about like
problems.
skill diff.
Took us 12
Skill
days to
issue.
make it great. We took out, Pam, 1,700
Like,
hard criminals.
he just
career
can't even,
criminals in
he
many
can't even
cases, but
fucking
these are
talk about
hard
it like,
criminals. Many of them came in
he
through the
can't even
Biden
talk about
crooked
this stuff
borders
without
and brought
being
them
like,
into the
I do
country.
everything so good and Charlie loved me, you know? In order for him to make a coherent case here, he has to literally elevate Charlie's status above himself, and he literally cannot do that.
One
In
arrested
order to
28
successfully
times. Every
create
prison
the
did
martyrdom
get into a
narrative, he
violent
has to
incident.
make it seem as though
28
Charlie is a
times.
more valuable person than
put
he
him
is,
away for
and
a
he is
long time.
physically incapable of doing that.
But we're done with the angry mobs. We're done with it. This is such an unbelievable place right now. You take a look where you can walk down the middle of the street with your wife or your husband. Your children can walk. They can walk alone. It doesn't matter. They can walk anywhere in Washington, and they're safe now. If this were a year and a half ago, a year ago, they'd have a serious chance of being badly hurt, even killed. Even killed. They'd come in from Indiana. They'd come in from Iowa. They'd come from Florida to see their nation's capital, and somebody would have to call the parents, I'm sorry, but your son or your daughter's been killed. Not anymore. You hear
what
those
are the
sirens
sirens?
going off? That's good. That's a good sound. That means they either got the bad guy or they're going to stop the bad guy. You didn't hear that sound because nobody wanted to do anything.
Yeah, no sirens were
listen to
ever
them.
heard
That
in the
sound.
nation's capital before
Seriously.
I got here
that's
and
the real deal
decided
sirens. They're
policing
not
is back.
politically
It's
correct
fucking
sirens.
nuts.
You hear 'em, they're about 3 miles away. That's great. What a beautiful sound. They're stopping crime. That's what they're doing. So we're done with the voices of fools. They're fools. And death threats, and we're going to make our cities safe. And I thought it was Charlie's, one of his biggest dreams was that. He couldn't believe it. Chicago's going to be a great city again. We've already, we sent people in there 6 months ago, and this governor said, well, crime is down. Yeah, that's because we had the FBI in there for 6 months, just preparing it for the bigger surge. And they've done a great job, the cash and the FBI. They've done a great job, and they love doing it, They love being able to do it. They were restricted from doing it. They couldn't do anything. And now they're totally unrestricted. All they have to do is stop crime, and they're doing it. By the way, Memphis, as you know, you heard they went in about a week ago, one of the most dangerous places in the country, really in the world. It's not just the country. They have very few cities that would compare to some of these cities. You go to Afghanistan, you say, oh, that's unsafe. Well, the crime numbers are much better than the crime numbers in places that we have. So Memphis, I understand, is doing unbelievably in 1 week. It's like a different place. And
Jesus
this
Christ.
took 12 days, and then after that, we just perfected it. But after 12 days, we had good safety here. After 1 month, it's like, it's really amazing. And by the way, restaurants are booming. Restaurants are opening up. The big problem we have, you can't get into a restaurant in D.C. anymore. So they're opening up. It's a beautiful thing to see. It's called safety. It's called law enforcement and letting them do their job. And that's why I said last month that I have directed the Attorney General and the Department of Homeland Security to confront the very real threat of left-wing terrorism in our country. It's a real threat. Not when you confront it, it's not, because they're not brave people. In fact, they're cowards. When you confront them, they immediately fold. You have to see them fold. You have to see them crying. They fold. But it includes dismantling the networks that fund them and finance them, and we're finding out
You can't
who
expect
those
them to talk
networks
about
are. We
Charlie
already
Kirk
know
uninterrupted
quite a
for
few of them.
an hour, chat. Of course the speech is going to fall
When you
apart,
see
and he's
these
going to start
violent
talking about the
incidents, and then you see
Taliban,
people
the
holding this
left,
gorgeous
radical.
sign with beautiful wood, beautiful cardboard, wood, everything. Everything's perfect paint job, and they're all the same. There are thousands of them. You know that they weren't made in the basement out of love. They were made by anarchists, and in some cases wealthy. I'll probably find some of my nice friends that are up there being so nice to me, especially lately. They're being very nice. But it surprises you who they may be, and you almost wonder why would they do it? But they're hurting our country, and we're really taking it back one by one. If we didn't go into Los Angeles early on in the administration, the commissioner, the chief of police, Los Angeles, said if they didn't go in, we would have lost our city. Now, they already lost 25,000 houses to fire because they wouldn't let the water come in from the Pacific Northwest, which they should have done. And I said, you better do it. They didn't do it, and we had 25,000 homes where they had no water in their sprinklers, they had no water in the fire hydrants. would have been a different kind of a thing if they did what they were supposed to do. We had to break in. We broke in and had the water come down. They actually, they said for the environment, great, they lost 25,000 houses. It's incredible. But the commissioner said without the federal government and President Trump's intervention, we would have lost the entire city. And we have the Olympics going there soon. I got the Olympics. We have the Olympics. We have the World Cup. And we have, most importantly, we have the 250th anniversary of our country. That's going to be most important. And all of these things are happening. And we're going to have safe cities. We're going to have very, very safe cities. So 1 month after Charlie's death, we still feel the terrible shock and the pain of his loss, like just about nobody I can think of. Charlie Kirk was one of a kind. He was unstoppable. And he really was. Boy, when he had an idea in his head, oh, he would call me, sir, please, you haven't done it yet. I said, Charlie, relax. Just relax. He didn't relax. He'd call me the next day again. It got it done. But he was like indomitable and always will be. He's really irreplaceable. Nobody going to replace him. But they're going to do great. But you can't replace that kind of person and that kind of talent, frankly. The word talent is an important word, but that kind of talent. So we hold his memory in our hearts forever. Every single day of this administration, we will continue to carry out the mission for which he lived, and he really did. He lived for this country. He lived for his wife and his family, but he lived for this country, too. In Charlie's honor, we will continue like we have been to fight, 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 and to win, win, win. We're going to win so much. So the Presidential Medal of Freedom is a big deal. You have the Congressional Medal of Honor, military, and the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is civilian. And the Presidential Medal of Freedom is a really big deal. Very few people get it. Very few people, frankly, qualify. It's a decision of the president, but it's a qualification that's a very hard one to get. And I would like to ask, if I might, the military aide to read Charles James Kirk's citation for the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Charles J. How do chatters react to this? It's still 10 years into this bullshit.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Charles James
What
Kirk.
do you mean? This is our
Stepping on
president.
behalf
We
of
just have
Charlie,
to deal
Mrs.
with it.
wife,
We have to take it one
Mrs.
day at a
Erica
fucking
Kirk.
time, okay? It is
Charlie
what it
Kirk
is.
was one of the most influential American political figures of his generation. At just 18 years old, he founded Turning Point USA and grew it into the largest conservative youth organization in the nation. For over a decade, he tirelessly traveled the country, leading a movement to restore respect for our founding principles, reawaken our national identity, and inspire a renewed spirit of religious devotion. He was one of the great debaters and communicators of his time. Despite receiving repeated threats, he remained undeterred and modeled courage, logic, humor, and grace to the next generation. On September 10th, 2025, at age 31, Charlie Kirk was assassinated while addressing a group of students. The United States honors him as a martyr for truth and freedom.
Can you take the medal back once it's given to someone? Can this be reversed? No, I don't think so. That would be crazy, though. How does Candace Owens feel about this? Not being a part of this? Well, she decided to go with Israel did it as a route, and
honoring
she
my
will
husband
be
in such
permanently
a
outcast
profound
for that reason.
and meaningful way. And thank you for making this event a priority.
I do think that there are
amid
different
the
groups, different factions within the right now that actually do. There are different factions within the right, some of which actually do think that there was like suspicions. Some of which don't like the way that Erica Kirk has handled it. So there is some schisms taking place here. There is some infighting that's going on in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination. This should have been a moment of unity for them to get together and say, we are going to attack the left. The left did this. And yet there have been a lot of people who have been fighting one another in the aftermath of this, partially because it's a grift economy that they've cultivated, right? And there are always going to be different factions, different people that look at this and have a higher priority. Some people who fucking hate Israel and want to say that this is Israel. Some people who dislike the information that has been given on this case so far. And then the misinformation landscape that we already have. It's kind of like with COVID. There were a lot of people who were hawking supplements as an alternative during the COVID era. But then there were also plenty of people who were doing it specifically to come out as like a different voice, an anti-intellectual voice, right? So there are numerous reasons as to why people decide to communicate around this issue in the ways that they do. And it's almost always about clout, and clout means money, obviously, but in some instances, literally to hawk whatever supplements that they want to sell. And in other instances, is just to show themselves as like an earnest voice. Tying this back to Israel, if your highest priority is to say this is Israel's fault, is going to make you look more honest than the rest of these guys. These guys are all fake. These guys are all phony. They're farming Charlie Kirk's death in the wrong direction. What they should be doing instead is farming it in the direction that Israel did it, right? I say let them fight. I think ultimately there are some like interesting there's some interesting information that has been released in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death that like call into question exactly what happened, but that's always a given in high profile incidents like this, and it's especially more so a given nowadays in this misinformation landscape that we're in. But let them fight, I guess.
Sacred promises. He used to love to journal about this topic all the time, and with such a heart postured of gratitude. And he believed that liberty was both a right and a responsibility. And he used to say, freedom is the ability to do what is right without fear. And that's how he lived. He was free from fear.
Trump is not
He's free
amused
from
by her. Yes,
compromise.
Trump doesn't like being upstaged.
Free from anything that
And
could
he's currently being
enslave his soul.
upstaged. He doesn't like to sit in the cuck chair
His
as someone
name,
else
Charles,
speaks. We know that
literally
already. That's
means
his like
free
power
man.
play for every fucking world leader.
And that's exactly who my husband was. He was a free man. And from
So-
the time I met him, sitting across from him, being interviewed on politics and philosophy and theology, anything that Charlie loved, any topic he loved. And I just saw the fire in his soul, and there was this divine restlessness within him that came from knowing God placed him on this earth to protect something very, very sacred for all of us. And he never stopped fighting for people to experience freedom. He didn't. Charlie often said that without God, freedom becomes chaos. And he believed liberty could only survive when anchored to truth. And I remember in one of his speeches, he told the audience that the opposite of liberty isn't law. He said it's captivity. And that the freest people in the world are those whose hearts belong to Christ. But what's so powerful is that Charlie had the ability to communicate so brilliantly across all generations. And he reminded us that in a world that tells us freedom is doing whatever you want to do, the real freedom is the power to live freely and to do what is right. And in one of his journal entries, he wrote that he wanted everyone to know that you can't have liberty without moral responsibility. Freedom divorced from faith eventually just destroys itself. And what's so fascinating about all of this is looking back these past 12 years of Turning Point USA and his mission, there's almost this veil of sacredness. Because what I realize is that while he was building an organization, he was also building a movement, one that called people back to God, back to truth, and a movement that was filled with courage. And ironically, for a man who impacted millions, Charlie never desired to be the center of attention. He just wasn't. My husband was not a man of extravagance. He loved simple but deeply meaningful things, truly. He loved his late night walks. He loved buying more books than he could ever read because he felt there was no such thing as a book budget. And he loved being able to read to our kids the same bedtime story on repeat because he knew it was their favorite. But to him, that was
Dude,
special.
it's crazy that he can't even get himself to look
on a Saturday morning
even
with
a
his
little
cup
bit
of
emotional.
coffee, and his
He is,
phone was
I guess
off and
that
he was
is
honoring the
in
Sabbath.
some ways his
And for
like,
him, it was that moment to catch his breath.
he
and
just
to
can't even fake it, you know?
peace.
And I guess that does communicate earnesty in many
ritual of the moment.
instances. But if he's trying to
preferred
do
quiet
something
birthdays.
that requires him
That
to,
never
once
ceased. I
again,
told him every single
not
year,
look
I
like
said,
he's
"I
a bored toddler,
love your birthday."
it's not going to happen.
I said, because it's the day
His
that God
default
knew the world
position when he's
would
not
go another day
talking is
without
just,
you.
I'm bored. Why am I not talking?
And so the rhythm of our usual birthday celebration for him was mint ice cream, mint chocolate chip ice cream. He only had it twice a year, on his birthday and 4th of July. It's just,
That's a terrible
And,
choice for top ice cream flavor, low key. Like,
after that, it was
I know that's not the point
back
here,
to work
but
as usual,
I mean,
last year,
chocolate
his
chip
one
cookie dough is
birthday
right
wish was
there.
to see the Oregon Ducks play
I
the
know
Lions,
mint chocolate chip ice cream fans will
and
go
they
crazy
won.
over
Oregon
this,
won
but
that
I
night.
just don't
It
understand
was by far
toothpaste
one of
flavored
the
ice
most
cream. I
memorable
will
nights
never
of his
get it.
birthday experience of his life until today.
L opinion? Okay,
And
dude.
so, honestly, President Trump, I have spent 7.5 years trying to find the perfect birthday gift for Charlie. And it's so difficult. And those of you that have spouses or loved ones, you know how difficult it is sometimes to buy a gift for someone that you love. Because he wasn't a materialistic man, so that also did not help. But now I can say with confidence, Mr. President, that you have given him the best birthday gift he could ever have. It's such an honor and the recognition of a life lived for defending
I'm now a
freedom.
fucking hater.
And
You
that's
shock
what
your
Charlie
dog.
fought for
Okay, dude.
until his last breath. And it was written across his chest. In
All
those
it took
final
was
moments
for me
on
to
one of
fucking do
his
mint
simple
ice cream
t-shirts that
slander,
always
which I
carried
expected
a message
would not be
and this
super
one
popular. It doesn't make any sense
bearing
to
a
me.
single word, freedom.
We now support Charlie Kirk. Fuck
That
you.
was
You
the banner
fuck.
over his life, and that
Okay.
shirt was a declaration. The same declaration he made in every speech, every campus visit, every time he shared the gospel at a church, every sleepless night that he would spend praying for the youth of this nation and planning for the future of our country, and just impressing upon them that when we defend liberty, we defend the soul of our nation.
I think there's better flavors than mint
My
chocolate chip.
husband
I don't
never told
understand
anyone
it.
what to say. He never did. He never told anyone what to say.
I feel like people think it's like a healthy
He just
flavor.
encouraged them to think.
Thoughts on
He would
coffee flavored
encourage
ice
them to
cream?
think
I love coffee
outside
flavored
of the
everything. Dude, look,
traditional
I mean,
political labels. He would want them to think
coffee
in a
flavored
way that was
Zins.
anchored in wisdom and truth, but he would never tell anyone what to say. Charlie wasn't content to simply admire freedom. He wanted to multiply it. He wanted to multiply freedom. He wanted young people to taste it and to understand it and defend it. He wanted them to see that liberty isn't self-indulgence, it's self-governance under God. He wanted them to see that. And every day I'd see him getting ready for work. He'd put on his cross necklace, he'd put his ring on his finger. And the boldness in his demeanor was always fearlessness. He wasn't afraid. He was never afraid. In his daily actions, whether in office or on campus or at a church, it was always without fear. That was his creed. That is how he lived out every single day. He didn't fear being slandered. He did not. He didn't fear losing friends, I can tell you that. He didn't. He didn't care. He stood for truth and stood for freedom, and he did not, everything else was just noise to him. And it's because his confidence in Christ was absolute. That's why. There was no limit to what he would have sacrificed to defend freedom for all. And if the moment had come, he probably would have run for president, but not out of ambition. He would only have done it if that was something that he believed that his country needed from a servant's heart standpoint. And Charlie lived only 31 short years. No, he's 32, but on this side of heaven, but he lived. He lived every single second he lived. He filled every single day with purpose, and he fought for truth when it was unpopular. And he stood for God when it was costly, but that's what we're called to do. Surprisingly enough, he did pray for his enemies, which is very hard, but he did. He did. He did. No one else, I mean, I saw him do it. No, he never did it in front of anyone else, but I can attest to that. But he also loved people when it was inconvenient. And he ran his race with endurance, and he kept the faith. And now he wears the crown of a righteous martyr. And for me and for our children, the truth really steadies our grief, because heaven gained what earth could no longer contain. A free man made fully free.
Gossip with me. Does this sound sincere to you? I can't hear anything.
To all watching, this is
When I hear like people talk about religion like this, I check out so hard, because for me it's like so outside of my consideration. I just like I'm working through it. I'm listening to what she has to say. But because it's so outside of my understanding of the world and my analysis of how things happen in the world, that like it genuinely, like I'm like, yeah, it's great. If it helps you go through your day to day, I'm right there with you. Okay, it's great. It's fantastic. But like, I just can't. I'm like Trump, having a hard time paying attention.
It's in mine, it's in yours, it's in all of yours.
So I'm the worst person to ask. As a practicing Catholic, yeah, this shit is sincere as fuck. Yeah, I can see this being like, I mean, even the fact that she said like, I forgive the shooter of Charlie Kirk, like that in and of itself seemingly was like some real Christian shit, right? Like, I think. And even the sincere stuff that she is.
Happy birthday, Daddy. I want to give you a stuffed animal.
Oh, no.
I want you to eat a cupcake with ice cream. And I want you to go have a birthday surprise. I love you, is what she said. And while our son, he's precious, he can't yet speak. In classic Kirk family fashion, his actions spoke louder than his words. And his gift to you, Charlie, and myself for that matter, was deciding to become the man of the house and be fully potty trained at 16 months. But Charlie, baby, I know that you're celebrating in heaven today, but gosh, I miss you. we miss you. And we love you, and we promise we'll make you proud. And Charlie's life was proof that freedom is not a theory, it's a testimony. He showed us that liberty begins not in the halls of power, but in the man of a heart surrendered to God. And so today, as we honor Charlie with this incredible Presidential Medal of Freedom on his birthday, I stand here with tears and just a humbled heart and spirit, because his story reminds us all that to live free is the greatest gift, but to die free is the greatest victory. Happy birthday, my Charlie. Happy Freedom Day. God bless you.
I do have a hard time coming to terms with the fact that all of this is still being done for a podcaster, knowing full well that yeah, this is the other side of the story, by the way. This is something that I have seen as well. A lot of like right-wingers are dunking on Erica Kirk. She's getting so much shit on Insta, even from fans. They feel like it's a grift, and they're mad about the cover-up, and they feel like she's being blasphemous. Like, they straight up think that, like, either she is not abiding by, like, religious doctrine. There's some people who are mad that, like, they suspect her of, like, converting Charlie to Catholicism. There's, like, a million different reasons. And they are very mad. Like, right-wingers have been yelling at her nonstop. I think partially this goes back to what I was talking about, which is that, like, everyone has a lot of unrestrained anger with no outlet, with no clear, decipherable, discernible movement, with no outlet whatsoever. And they are looking for, like, a pressure valve, but there is none. And things are only getting worse and worse. Material conditions are only worsening. And therefore, they just keep lashing out. And in some instances, they even lash out at their own allies. And I think that's what's going on here. There's no targets. So they just target whoever the fuck is in their, whoever the fuck they consider to be accessible. But anyway, let's get back to our big, beautiful, bold president talking about radical Antifa, NATO, radical Spain, not pushing for American-style burger austerity in an effort to restructure their entire economy so that 5% of their GDP goes to defense spending.
Allowed the radical left to take over the Democrat Party.
Like, this kind of shit is not exactly exciting for the base. You know, this is the opposite. This is like his version of, I did NATO, Jack. This kind of stuff is obviously very exciting for the military-industrial complex, the real benefactors, right? But it's not necessarily exciting for the base. He's still working through the motions, though, in the way that he wants to.
So if they write books about that, if they write books about him, they're going to have to say that his career ended by allowing the radical left to take over the party. I mean, I won an election in a landslide because people are not into the radical left. And the Democrat Party is. People didn't want to see men playing in women's sports. They didn't want to see transgender for everybody. They didn't want to see all of the different things that they do that's so crazy. Open borders. I mean, the worst thing that he did to us, it's not inflation, because we fixed inflation. Prices are way down.
Transgender for everybody.
I don't know if you saw that gasoline went to 58 just now. Did you see what's going on with gasoline?
We track that.
No, $58 a barrel.
Yeah, we track that.
Nobody can believe it. I'm very proud of that. You know why? Because we're pumping like we've never pumped before. Because if you get the gas price down, everything else comes down. It's very simple. And he went away from my policies, and you had the greatest inflation. The last administration had the greatest inflation in the history of our country. And now, as you know, groceries are down. It's all down.
Is it? It don't feel like it. I don't know. I mean, oil prices are the only thing that's like seemingly down, but everything else doesn't seem to be down at all. And if you ask the average Republican, I don't think they think the grocery prices are down either. They actually complain about it quite a bit. And it's not just the grocery prices, it's the rent. It's the rent that is like very costly. It's the healthcare that is very costly. It's the medicine that's very costly. So oil is supposed to gear the entirety of the economy. And when the oil prices go down, all the other prices are supposed to readjust, and they're supposed to go down as well, except they haven't. And in the absence of any sort of like regulatory control, in the absence of any sort of like price controls, for example, which I know is a scary fucking statement to make, or even utilities prices are also up too, especially energy, like electricity prices are up. It's all fucked. That's the real issue. And in the absence of solving that real issue, discontent will only continue to grow. And Trump can still keep redirecting the attention to a more appropriate target by his own, grand design, the transgender Antifa radical Marxists and the undocumented Guatemalans or whatever. But ultimately, you can't just keep coasting on. You can't keep coasting on how great things actually are in secret, how great things are for the stock market, and then not expect your own base to go, man, you do talk about the stock market quite a bit. And while some of us have 401ks, like that's not really actually translating to my pockets hurting less year over year.
But on the shutdown, are you settling in for?
And in terms of the economy and the way that people feel, the way that people perceive the economy, for the record, and this is the most important thing, this was a major issue with the Brandon administration as well. It partially led to the Democrats losing the election to Donald Trump. It played a big role in the Democrats losing the election to Donald Trump. They thought that they could just like communicate their way out of this. They thought they could be like, no, it's just vibes. Your pockets aren't actually hurting. Your pockets aren't actually hurting. And obviously that was not something that people were willing to entertain. Clearly people feel the way that they feel when they see how much money they have left at the end of the month. And it's not because they're spending they're spending all their budget and blowing it on like avocado toast, as they used to say about the millennials. I don't know what they say about Gen Z. I guess OnlyFans maybe, or gambling. But it's not that. It's that the overall economy for the 90% that is not in the top 10% of wealth, that has ownership stake in the stock market at least, but for the 90% of Americans that live in the real world, it's not because like Netflix and DoorDash and Disney Plus subscriptions that are really burning a fucking hole in their budgets. It's the fact that rent is 50% of their wages. That is fucking insane. As long as rent is 50% of people's wages, even if wages go up, it doesn't feel like wages are going up, okay? And marginal price shocks, marginal increases in the cost of goods overall is going to be felt way harder by people like this, because they automatically don't have 50% of the wages. Like it's going, 10% is going to like healthcare and stuff, and then the 50% is going to their rent. What are they supposed to do? What the fuck are they supposed to do? People are obviously frustrated. And in the absence of any sort of solution to that, you can fucking cry about transgender people all day, every day, but people are still going to get mad. Okay?
Is this going to be a long term? Are we looking months?
It's up to them. All they have to do is just vote to extend. We don't need it. We're not saying we want money. All we need is a right to extend. They want a right to extend, but they want $1.5 trillion so they can give it away to illegal immigrants. The people that...
Yeah, MTG's picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, this was an incredible moment of brutal honesty, once again, from the least likely person. Marjorie Titan Green, once again, spitting on another podcast, talking about the affordability crisis that is harming everyday Americans, even Republicans.
Like, those are the two things I can't find. And when Republicans, and I'm criticizing also Congress big time, I'm really grateful to a lot of the things the president is doing, but I'm really upset with the direction Congress is going. But when we are not doing anything to address the cost of living, we aren't doing anything about Blackstone buying up houses where most young people can't find a house and they're having to compete in bidding wars.
Right.
And we're not doing anything
Marxist Tito is green. Maoist Tito is green.
about health insurance premiums. Then for the love of God, what are we doing?
That's it. And the reality of the matter is that kind of fake populism was also pushed by Donald Trump. That's how he won. Donald Trump didn't just coast off of racial animus, okay? I know that played a formative role in his commentary in the election cycle, but he didn't just coast off of that. He packaged that with the affordability crisis. He looked at the affordability crisis and presented it and presented the enemies, presented the reason for that affordability crisis with a Democratic Party that was unable or disinterested in actually solving the affordability crisis because they were too invested in giving all the money to the undocumenteds, to the illegal aliens, right? That's what he did. But ultimately, there were certainly some people who cared about the undocumented equation, either because they were duped into believing that it was actually undocumented migrants that were stealing all of their welfare or some shit, which is wrong, obviously. It's not real at all. That's completely made up. But there were plenty of others who were also like, yeah, I don't really give a shit. I just don't want Mexicans around me, right? I don't want black and brown people around me. This is definitely an animating political force in this country. White supremacy has been left unaddressed for hundreds of years in this nation, and white supremacy is a major motivator for a lot of people. However, if you want to capture the attention of the broadest subsect of Americans, simply farming white supremacy and racialized animus and pushing for white nativist anti-immigrant sentiments are not actually going to move the needle for many people. After a certain point, they're going to realize, okay, you're doing mass deportations, you're funding the fuck out of ICE, these guys are actually creating so much chaos in my neighborhood, and it doesn't feel like my pockets are hurting any less. And at that point, you need a united popular front
that are invading your cities. And many of these people, for whatever reason, I mean, I understood this, I called it a long time ago. These countries are run by people I know, friends of mine. Like, I know this gentleman. I hope you haven't said, he probably did too, why not? They send up their worst people. They send up people that are criminals, they send up people from jails. And at best, the best ones they send up are people that don't work very hard and that are on a social form of welfare. And they're sending those people into the United States. I don't blame them. I'm angry at them, but I don't blame them. But I'm really angry at Biden and Kamala and that group of lunatics for allowing it to happen, because it's the hardest thing. Now, you know, we're sending them out. It's incredible the job that Christie and Tom Homan and the whole group is doing. But we shouldn't have to be doing that. We're doing a lot of work on getting people out of here. Tren de Aragua has caused tremendous damage, and our soldiers are great. You know, our soldiers are now based on merit. They're not based on woke, because we won the case in the Supreme Court, which was the bravest case. I have such respect for the Supreme Court because of what they did with merit, because our country was built on merit. Countries are destroyed on woke. You know, I made a statement, and I hated to make it because it sounded bad, but everything turns to you know what when it goes woke. You remember the term. I don't like to use it because you might have some children listening, but it turns bad. And no, we have the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. That's why he's here. That's why every other country wants to meet here too. But we only have so many hours in the day and days in the week. But get the hottest country. Think of it. We were a dead country a year and a half ago. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's pretty good. Did a good job. Okay, any other questions?
Would you like to visit Argentina? Would you like to visit Argentina soon? There is an invitation for that.
What does that mean?
Do you like to visit Argentina soon?
I do. I would love to. I'm just a little busy. I would love to. I'd love to go to Argentina. I'd like to be like Biden. I'd like to go to the beach. You know, my legs are not quite as thin as his. My legs are slightly heavier. My arms are slightly larger. My body is a little bit larger than his. I'm not sure it would be appreciated on the beach, but I'm not going to take a chance. You won't see me in a bathing suit. You won't see in a bathing suit sitting on a beach in Argentina, falling down, not being able to lift a 3-ounce chair, meant for old people to lift, and he couldn't lift it, so we had.
Sometimes he has his moments, you know? Like when he fat shames himself. That's funny. That's objectively a funny moment. It's just being self-aware of that and engaging in any sort of like self-deprecating humor of that sort is good. You do have to fucking hand it to him, I guess. Even though
He
he's a
spent too
giant
much
piece of
time on the
shit.
beach. Somebody told him that he looked good in a bathing suit.
The very fact that he doesn't have moments like this more frequently still implies that he's lost his sauce, though. He has lost his sauce for sure. Because I feel like in the past, he would have moments like this all the time. He would constantly have funny moments like this. Don't fall for his tricks. He's an automaton. I mean, I'm not falling for his tricks. He's still a giant piece of shit.
And you'd see this guy on the beach all the time. I never quite understood it. Steve, go ahead.
Could you preview your meeting with Ukraine President Zelensky?
Brian, please.
First of all,
I don't
congratulations.
take questions from ABC Fake News after what you did
So are
with
you.
Stephanopoulos
Fuck
to the
you.
Vice
Wait,
President
what?
of the United States.
Do we have a guy who hates Trump but also hates me as well? Is that what's going on here? You're like, you know, Trump is a piece of shit, but so are you. Okay, man. Yeah. All right.
I don't take questions from ABC Fake News. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. First of all, congratulations on achieving peace. You are indeed the peacemaker. On a lighter...
Did you ever think I was going to be called a peacemaker?
Actually, I did. I saw some of the actions you were...
Go ahead.
But on a lighter note, Alyssa Farah, she is one of the hosts on ABC's show The View. She said a while...
So much of this back and forth in the remaining servile media apparatus that is allowed in these fucking rooms revolves around he said, she said about like entertainment figures. How is this in any way, shape, or form advancing any sort of journalistic cause? I don't understand it. It's just like petty squabbles and drama. He is not a fucking television critic, okay? He's not a TV show critic. He's the motherfucking president. What are we doing, bro? What the hell are we doing?
back, I'll quote, "If Trump gets the Israeli hostages out, I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on this show and say thank you for doing it." Your response?
Well, did she put the hat on?
Well, she hasn't got the hat yet.
Who is it? Which one?
Alyssa Farah.
Well, she used to work for me. So she used to work here. I'll tell you about Alyssa. She worked here. She gave me the most beautiful letter when, you know, the administration, the time came up, the election was rigged, I left. She gave me the most beautiful letter you've ever seen. I was a great president. What a great job. Some of the letters have been quoted. This is Alyssa, who I never thought was very outstanding. I figured she would not make it. And she didn't have a big role here either. And then we had January 6th, and she left after that or before that, but she gave me the most beautiful letters. And then even months after she left, and while we weren't here any longer, she sent another letter, glowing letter, beautiful letter. And then she got hired by The View, and they gave her a couple of bucks, and she changed her view very quickly. I never thought she'd make it. Never thought she had what it took in any way. You know what that means. But she's on The View. But it just shows what a fraud The View is, because this woman gave me letters and statements. She said I was the greatest president in her lifetime. Now, she's not that old, so I didn't consider it a great compliment.
Just want to bring you up to date.
Anyway, 6 killed by Israeli fire. Gaza health authorities confirm. Interesting angling on this. Obviously, this is a violation of the ceasefire because one side has ceased and Israel is firing. And yet, let's see how the media is covering it.
News we're getting into Sky News. And we told you earlier that the Israeli military said it had opened fire in the northern part of Gaza because it wanted to
I
remove
assume this
the
is from the, wait, is it from the same interview? No, this is a different interview.
threat of some suspects that approached them in the northern Gaza Strip. Well, the local...
At least they say killed by Israeli fire. And they say Gaza health authorities confirm, because the worst way to cover this would be 6 died. 6 died due to gunfire, Hamas health ministry alleges. The worst version of this is 6 Palestinians died due to gunfire alleged by Hamas health ministry. Okay? This is still very neutral. 6 killed by Israeli fire, Gaza health authorities confirm. And obviously the most appropriate headline here, the Russian style headline here would be Israel violates ceasefire 24 hours after implementation by killing 6 Palestinians. Okay? Like if they were covering this story as like if Israel was Russia in this situation, they would cover the story as killed, you know what I mean? Like that's what they would do.
Health authority in Gaza are saying that 6 Palestinians have been killed after the fire was opened fire. The military says the suspects had crossed into a boundary for that was a pullback under this US brokered ceasefire plan. But local news are...
You mean if Israel were Ukraine? No, if the media was covering this with honesty in the same way that they cover stories of like Russian incursion, and they treated Israel like Russia, they would cover it as they wouldn't use neutral language. They would just like straight up say, you know, Israel kills several Palestinians in Gaza strike. Okay, there it is. Financial Times is the most honest version of that. Israeli soldiers killed several Palestinians in northern Gaza on Tuesday, a day after U.S. President Donald Trump touted the end of the war in the coastal enclave. Like...
reporting there that the authority has said that the Israeli military in that situation killed 6 Palestinians in 2 separate incidents across the enclave today. So that's just the latest news. Let me just recap. So earlier we told you how the Israeli military said that they had to open fire to remove a threat that was posed to them by suspects who had approached them in northern Gaza. They had told local people to not approach them in that way. Fire was opened, and now Gaza local authorities reporting that 6 Palestinians had been killed. So that's the very latest there in that situation. It's live and breaking. So the Gaza health authorities saying that 6 Palestinians had been killed in that situation.
Also here in Israel.
Also, before we continue with the Israel story, there is more updates on the Charlie Kirk thing. Breaking news, the U.S. Department has revoked the visas of citizens from Argentina, South Africa, Mexico, Brazil, Germany, and Paraguay for comments they made in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination. The comments included calling Charlie Kirk a racist, misogynist, and a fascist. The commenters who had their visas revoked also said Charlie was burning in hell and deserved to die. Free speech is gone, okay? It was fucking nutty. Like going through people's like social media posts and denying them entry into the country on the basis of this is so fucking ridiculous to me. I don't care. I don't care if people are saying heinous shit about me. I don't care if people are saying heinous shit about Charlie Kirk. I think it's absolutely unacceptable. Can you imagine a world where like the Joe Brandon administration is like, if you say anything mean about Hassan Abi Piker, you are not allowed into the country? Like, that's ridiculous. Who the fuck wants that? I mean, that's crazy. It's completely unacceptable. A lot of people are saying me in the chat. I mean, I don't know. I think that ultimately revocation of visas that were previously given to people means that they've gone through the proper background checks. It's completely unacceptable to do this, in my opinion. But anyway, let's get back to Israel.
Israel President Trump yesterday getting most of the credit for the ceasefire and for brokering the exchange of the hostages and prisoners. And before returning to Washington, he joined other world leaders in Egypt, posing before a giant banner that read, quite optimistically, "Peace in the Middle East." He also signed a declaration to keep working toward that lofty goal. Weijia Zhang has more now from the White House.
President Trump was still flying high aboard Air Force One following an epic trip to the Middle East.
Historic day, to put it mildly, right? Wasn't it amazing? Even that last meeting, when you see the heads of those countries, those are serious countries, right?
Like the rest of the world, Trump was captivated by images of freed hostages reuniting with loved ones.
Those kids come back home and the way their parents just went crazy.
Their freedom marked a chance for a new beginning. In Sharm el-Sheikh, Trump, along with the leaders of Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, signed the Trump Peace Agreement, opening a new chapter for the region defined by hope, security, and a shared vision for peace and prosperity.
Together we've achieved what everybody said was impossible. At long last, we have peace in the Middle East.
The president met with heads of state and diplomats from 36 countries who showered him with praise.
Peace has been achieved after untiring efforts.
This was
led by President Trump.
This was a great take on this. The peace summit thing is a uniquely Trumpian spectacle. Trump told Israel to accept the ceasefire with Hamas that had been on the table all along, sold it as a surprise breakthrough to a 3,000-year-old conflict, and then gathered 30 random countries for a Comedy Central roast. Like, it is the most Trumpian thing that could have fucking happened. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm more angry that the government has the capability to scam foreigners' social media to find these mean words in a rapid time to revoke visas. Imagine how they monitor us. Yeah.
The road to long-standing peace is a long one, as many questions remain. Will Hamas give up all its weapons? How will Gaza be governed? And where will the cash to rebuild it come from? Regional experts expect it will cost $53 billion.
I'm pleased to announce that numerous countries of great wealth and power and dignity have come forward to me, and just today and over the last week, to say they want to help in the reconstruction of Gaza.
Well, back here at home, former President Biden has joined politicians from both parties in praising the peace agreement, writing, "I commend President Trump and his team for their work to get a renewed ceasefire deal over the finish line," while pointing out the work his administration contributed to trying to end the war. Tony?
Weijia, thank you very much.
Do you think he's a war criminal?
We have, I've had it, ladies, having a conversation with friends of the show. I've had it, ladies, having a conversation with Cory Booker.
Benjamin Netanyahu, do you think he's a war criminal?
Again, these are questions that a lot of people think are the important litmus tests that are loaded and hot. My urgency is to be an effective leader in bringing an end to this crisis. And I get these questions all the time that, to me, undermine my urgency.
I think the thing that Democrats get so frustrated with, where we are right now, where you see like the Zoran Mamdanis and the Graham Plattners rise up, because they can go on podcasts and you can say, "Do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal?" And they just say, "Yes." And that's the end of it. It's not all of the rhetoric answering. It's like what happens to Democratic politicians, they go through this like prism, and then we can't ever get like the answer to yes or no conversations like you do with Bernie and others. And that's the frustration for the
Do I
Democratic
think
base with
Netanyahu is
leadership.
worse than Trump? Yes.
Bro, it is not that hard to say that Benjamin, like, this is a exit ramp. Okay? This is a literal fucking exit ramp for Corey. Like, this is the liberal Zionist exit ramp. Oh, yeah, Netanyahu is really bad. He's a war criminal. But he can't even fucking say that. It's just like, it's so crazy how hard they have to dick ride Israel. I can't. Like, this shit is so wild to me that it unironically feels like there's, like, do they have blackmail? Like, what the fuck is going on? It's over. You know what I mean? Like, what are you defending? It's fucking over, man. It's over. It's like the established global position, right? And it blows my mind that these liberals won't fucking say it out loud. I don't understand it. Like, what is the purpose? What could be the purpose of this? What do you mean they're still being paid by AIPAC? I know, but like, AIPAC payments are a vehicle to win re-elections. And the moment that AIPAC payments are seen as a negative thing, the moment that there's a negative association, because like AIPAC skirted by not being as well known as it is now. Obviously, in my circles, in the pro-Palestinian circles, everybody knew AIPAC. Everybody shit on AIPAC a lot. But for the rest of the country, most Americans didn't know what the fuck AIPAC really was. If you're a political commentator, of course you know what it is. But if you're like an average person, you probably didn't really know what AIPAC was. You didn't have a negative association with Israel, and you didn't have a negative association with AIPAC. That has changed. Now, when there's any sort of when any sort of politicians ask about AIPAC or ask about Israel, if they don't take like a very negative approach, especially on the Democratic Party side, where there's only like 8% support for Israel's military incursion in Gaza, you're cooked. It's now a negative association. So now you actually have to work to rid yourself of that association with Israel if you want to continue winning elections. That's where we're at right now.
It's a handful of people that don't take corporate PAC money. I don't understand my Democratic
What
Party.
about AIPAC money? You take AIPAC money, don't you?
A minuscule percentage of my resources come from
I read it's like
871,000.
800,000.
Yeah, but that's a lifetime number of raising tens of millions of dollars. Let me give you the right stat. The majority of my money comes from small dollar contributions. By last report, I think 76% of it came from people that gave $25 or less. Again, we could pick at each other, or we could do what we need.
Yeah, we gotta unify. We gotta unify. It's like, yeah, we do, which means you have to unify with us on this issue, because the overwhelming majority is no longer believing this shit. Now it actually hurts you.
To be doing right now is joining in a chorus of conviction to condemn it. And again, I'm a child of civil rights activists. You think Malcolm X and Martin Luther King agreed on everything? No. But when it came to the fight,
that's crazy to talk about fucking Israel funding and being a dick rider for a foreign nation. Now, obviously, when it comes to Cory Booker, Israel is one of the problems. The other problem also is his pharmaceutical donors as well. He is like Johnson & Johnson's most loyal soldier, obviously, from his state. J&J is from New Jersey. So like there's a lot of other issues as well. But like with Israel, because it's a foreign country, because it's a foreign country that has dominated American politics and American political discourse, especially in these past 2 years, where there is a negative association with Israel, any sort of like, oh, I'm trying to unify here, and you're like getting in the way of that by constantly bringing up Israel is silly, because it is a major point of contention. It is a major point of contention where you are at odds with the population. You are at odds with your voters. You're at odds with the broader population in general. This is a perfectly valid issue to bring up. It's not being a spoiler. It's not like finding minutia to disagree on and then engage in like purity spirals or purity politics. This is a major issue.
They joined together and created a movement that was successful. And that's really what my focus is. And as the only person in the caucus.
Your analysis on AIPAC funding seems a little premature, might be more apt in the coming years. No, I disagree, especially among Democrats. No shot. Democrats do not look at not just AIPAC, any kind of like association, positive association with Israel as a positive. They do not. They see it as dishonesty, which is correct. They should see it as that. Okay? So you're absolutely wrong about this, because the inverse of this already took place for Democratic voters. Yes. When the Democratic voters see a politician dick ride Israel this hard at a time when there's unprecedented negativity associated with Israel for good reason, especially in the Democratic Party's base, where it's like 80% of Democrats don't fuck with Israel. If you are a Democratic Party politician and you are still united in this like pro-Israel narrative without actually offering any significant concessions, without even trying to take the Benjamin Netanyahu is bad off-ramp, which I think still doesn't go far enough, you are telling all of the voters that listen in, that tune into this stuff, you're telling all those voters you don't give a fuck about them, you don't give a fuck about their opinions, you don't actually care about anything other than defending Israel. Being anti-Israel in this day and age is one of the most effective ways of communicating earnesty. Okay? Zohran Mamdani is proof of this concept. Okay? It already happened. We don't have to speculate any longer. We don't have to present approval ratings or polls any longer. We can just point to a person who boldly declared that as an American mayor, he cares about his constituents here and not about a foreign nation. Okay? And he was rewarded for it. That was a major turning point in American political discourse. Okay? Now, I'm not talking about what Zohran has done since then, okay? Because we're talking about his electoral victory in the primaries, the upset victory that he secured in the Democratic New York mayoral primaries, right? Voters overwhelmingly see something wrong. They see that Israel is doing a lot of harm. And then they look at the media and they see everybody dick riding Israel. They look at our politicians and they see everybody dick riding Israel. They go, what the fuck is going on here? So you can cut away at that. As a party, if the National Democratic Party took a partisan approach and became anti-Israel, they would win tremendous favors in the process. Okay? They would be able to communicate earnesty at a time when they are in dire need of goodwill from the broader population. This is precisely the reason why they lost the previous election. This is a major issue with the way that Democrats are perceived. Okay? Earnestness, not earnesty. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Earnestness. I'm not even doing the moral position anymore. Okay, I don't have to argue on the boundaries of morality. Although I have, and although I still do, because it is immoral to defend Israel. But a lot of people in the field of politics don't care about that. They're immoral vessels. They are empty suits, empty husks that are utterly soulless. Okay? Being anti-Israel recovers something that the Democratic Party has lost. The confidence of the voters that they actually do listen to their desires. This is the best opportunity to strike. Okay? This is the best opportunity to present. And the reason why I say that is because right now, there's still a major fissure between the way that the public perceives Israel and the way that politicians communicate their undying loyalty to Israel. Okay? That's it. And there are people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and numerous others who actually take advantage of that messaging vacuum and present themselves as honest communicators, saying things that others are too afraid to say. Meanwhile, you shouldn't even be afraid to say this because it's beneficial to say this.
That lives in a low-income black and brown neighborhood below the poverty line. I still remember when some progressives from the suburbs came down to protest me, and they were literally chased away by my neighbors because we are in an urgency. Every day I see it. We are in an urgency where real people are getting hurt. When I go up and down in New Jersey, they don't care about the fact that I took 1% of my money from some group. They care about what are you doing to restore my health care?
I think the Democratic base feels like there is a disconnect. We hear you, like when you did your 25-hour speech, I was like, go, Corey. I love this. That is amazing. And then there's a photo shoot with you with Benjamin Netanyahu. And I was just like, what in the actual fuck? Like, how can he do that? It was heartbreaking. I felt betrayed.
Yeah,
and that hang on. And that doesn't just happen in an echo chamber. Democrats like you, where the base, we should make each other better. It's not a purity test. We want credible messengers. Because when we are down the middle, beholden to corporate interests, we leave this vacuum, and that's how fascism has flourished. For myself and a lot of our listeners, when I saw the picture with Benjamin Netanyahu, I felt like it diminished your 25 hours. That's how it felt to me.
That's a great cook. Wait, people said she was soft on him. This is not. Van recently spoke on why the Dems don't feel the need to fix this disconnect.
There's a large cohort of people that are getting to that. It's really going to be up to them about how they change and how they govern and who they take their money from. Because remember, the way I look at it is this. When you take some of this huge corporate moneyed interest out, you actually have to be a pure and better communicator of your values to your people because it's then them that is paying you. Yes. So really, you get a cheat code by having a big faceless, nameless corporation or the lobbying group.
I will be linking up with Van. Hold on. I want to see more of this interview, to be honest. Oh, there's also a Kamala genocide question. On MSNBC, Kamala is asked directly by Eugene Daniels. Hasanabi head Eugene Daniels asked if Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza, and here's how Kamala Harris replied.
A lot of folks in your party have called what's happening in Gaza a genocide. Do you agree with that?
I think that, listen, it is a term of law that a court will decide, but I will tell you that when you look at the number of children that have been killed, the number of innocent...
Oh. This is what I mean, bro. This is what I mean. Riff K, thank you for the 25 get the subs, by the way. It's just like, oh, the court of law will decide this. Like, let's leave it up to the courts. Only the court of law will be able to decide this. It's like, okay, well, the United Nations already conducted an investigation and found that Israel was committing a genocide. Okay? Like, at this point, even Bernie Sanders has recognized it. I mean, he still does the but Hamas shit, but like, he has recognized that Israel's doing a genocide. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Oh. I'm just... like, she's out of politics, too, which is why it's so crazy. But I feel like you're cutting the vid short.
Civilians that have been killed, the refusal to give aid and support. We should all step back and ask this question and be honest about it. Yeah.
It's just... What a waste. With such insight, she could have been mayor of New York. When you look at the number of children that have been killed, we should all take a step back and ask this question and be honest about it. Yeah, at least, I mean, I guess at least she's like recognizing it. So that's not that bad. Oh. There's no reason to just still hit the fucking shit, still neutered to shit because she sees the way the wind is blowing. Yeah. Kamala Harris says we should be honest about whether we call Israel's actions in Gaza a genocide while refusing to call it a genocide. Sounds like calculated boutique workshop response to placate her base. She is still absolutely and hopelessly out of touch. I agree. Like, just say yes. That's what the United Nations declared it as. Like, it's the highest standard beyond the ICC and the ICJ, which will take a long time to arrive at a reasonable conclusion, if they even arrive at a reasonable conclusion at all, especially considering the unimaginable pressure from the Trump administration that has been placed on this fucking court.
We told you.
Yeah. A day after the ceasefire, Ehud Barak, then Israeli Prime Minister and former Israeli Defense Minister and former Prime Minister in 2012 said, a day after the ceasefire, no one will remember what is written in that draft. The only thing that will be tested is the blow Hamas suffered.
We're like the first to bring up AIPAC in years, which is interesting.
I will not vote for a candidate that takes $1 from AIPAC.
It's interesting. It's interesting. I haven't thought about AIPAC. And it's interesting. You're like the first to bring up AIPAC in years, which is interesting. Why did I say that?
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Not relevant to my day-to-day life.
Why is that interesting? Of course it's relevant to your day-to-day life. If it was irrelevant, you wouldn't be taking money from them, and you wouldn't actually like push for any kind of provision that silences like American voices at the behest of a foreign nation state, right? Wasn't there a recent bill that he actually signed into law that was like another one of these like crazy cynical anti-Semitism bills that was just like combating any sort of anti-Israel speech? He told Brianna on her pod that he would keep pushing on this. AB715. Yeah, Governor Newsom signs bill further cracking down on hate and anti-Semitism in California schools. Obviously, it's presented as like combating hate speech. But this is a terrible way to respond to this.
Okay. Which is just interesting.
Listen.
It's interesting you say that. JPAC perhaps more, but AIPAC less and less.
Okay, fair enough.
Which is just interesting.
What's interesting about it?
That it's just interesting as you bring up AIPAC, that it hasn't been part of, I'm just reflecting quite openly and honestly, hasn't been part of the day-to-day.
Yeah. The only reason why I ask is because
it's not even JPAC, it's J Street.
Because with that, what I'm talking about is lobbying in and of itself.
And I was just like, what in the actual fuck? Like, how can he do that? It was heartbreaking. I felt betrayed.
Yeah.
And that is, and that, hang on, and that doesn't just happen in an echo chamber. It's important when there are Democrats like you, where the base, we should make each other better. We need to evolve. And I love that you come on here. We need to have these conversations. It's not a purity test. We want credible messengers, because when we are down the middle and beholden to corporate interests, then we leave this vacuum, and that's how fascism has flourished. And so for myself and a lot of our listeners, when I saw the picture with Benjamin Netanyahu, I felt like it diminished your 25 hours. That's how it felt to me.
So a few things. One is I work in the Beltway. I live in the Central Ward in Newark, New Jersey. Streets that a lot of folks tell folks, why would you demean and degrade my communities? I keep a little picture here of the first place I represented in 28 years old, which is a Black community that's struggling. And we've transformed our schools, our
Yeah, no, this is like the best possible thing to do for the Black community is by demonstrating unlimited fealty to a foreign state that is also notoriously anti-Black. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. I think that's a crazy answer. And it is literally the exact same kind of like transparent identity politics weaponization that the Democrats claim that they want to move away from. Like, not even on this issue, on any issue really. When you are asked if this is like if this is something that is pertinent, if the question revolves around like Black issues, of course it's perfectly valid to talk about your background as a Black person or the Black communities that you represent. But if it has nothing to do with Black people whatsoever, and you so cynically deploy this identity shield, I think most people understand exactly what you're doing. People oftentimes have a negative association with this kind of identity mention anyway, even in instances where it's perfectly valid and perfectly appropriate to bring up your background. Right? Most Americans immediately get fucking in their feelings when someone says, oh, I represent Black and brown people, even if you're talking about Black and brown issues. Right? But when someone goes, hey, why are you demonstrating unlimited loyalty to a genocidal nation that is killing Black and brown people, genociding Black and brown people, as a matter of fact, and you go, well, I represent Black and brown constituents, and I'm a Black man, I come from a very poor working class background, I think everyone understands exactly what you're doing.
Supermarkets, new parks, urban farms, and the like. And the wonderful thing about those folks that I serve is that none of them question where I stand and how long, for more than a quarter of a century, have I stood with the people in their neighborhoods. Number two, so I may work in the Beltway, but I know where I came from and I know who got me here. And it's the struggling people that our party has done a pretty shitty job for, to be honest with you.
I agree.
Okay, number two, when you say things like Kushner, this and whatever, I remember the people who actually, when the Democratic Party was doing things like passing crime bills that put Black people like me, when I was in my 20s and stopped by the police all the time, behind bars, the Democratic Party failed and fueled mass incarceration. And so the people that were there for me 30 years ago, doing prisoner reentry programs, getting people jobs and housing, I'm sorry. People like Kushner, who was there 30 years ago fighting for those fights, I'm not going to forget that they fought for Black people when other people seem to be gung-ho with, hold on, let me finish.
Wait, is this the first CARE Act? What was that act called that you passed?
Well, that was only 10 years ago, the First Step Act.
What was that? Okay, I've read about that. It's really good. Yes, it's excellent.
And I'm sorry, I have to work across the aisle, and Charlie Kushner was, but for him, it wouldn't have gotten done. So when I go home, people do know people that got out of prison because of the First Step Act, and they knew the bipartisan coalition. Third, I'm sorry. I have real problems with Benjamin Netanyahu. Outrageous things that he's doing. The way you fight for those things is you sit down face to face with somebody and you fight with them. I'm not going to be outside of the room screaming. I want to look him in the eye, like me, Amy Klobuchar, and a whole bunch of other people did, and talk to him about humanitarian aid. And if people want to criticize,
So when he was hiding his face in shame in that famous photograph, because it was obviously a photo op for the most pro-Israel congresspersons. He actually was there to argue with Benjamin Netanyahu. Totally makes sense. It's just crazy because for me, it felt like the reason why you were either silent on the issue of Israel's genocide of Palestinians or were always defensive of Israel was because you were a stooge for Israel. My mistake.
Me for it, then go ahead. But I'm leading in the Senate on West Bank crises right now, from their attempts to annex it or illegal settlements. I lead the legislation to sanction the people that are doing that. I can stand strong on my principles and still work to end these things. And I don't mind taking criticism, again, from folks that don't necessarily agree with my tactics. But we on this podcast right now, we share the same aim: ceasefire now, humanitarian aid now, return the hostages now. And I'm going to work.
Do you think he's a war?
God damn, dude. I think it's like, maybe it's me, but it almost feels disrespectful that he's not even doing a good enough job here. Obviously, it's a fucking indefensible position, but I would have assumed that these guys would at least like try to craft an elaborate narrative. The question is, do you agree with the United Nations investigation that Israel is committing a genocide? Do you agree with the preliminary investigations that have come out of the ICC and ICJ that Israel is an apartheid state and must immediately stop its apartheid practices, both in the occupied West Bank that it illegally occupies and everywhere else as well? Like, that's the question. And he can't even, I mean, this is like the fact that he has a wishy-washy answer for, do you think Israel is committing war crimes, is ridiculous, because that's like the most pleasant question he could get on this issue. It is totally fucking horrifying the way he is like communicating. Charlie Kirk got the Medal of Freedom. We're cooked. I mean, come on, man. He deserves it. He's courageous. He's one of the biggest AIPAC shills. It's not just AIPAC. He is a massive Israel dick rider. He is close and personal best friends with Rabbi Shmuley. That's all you need to know. He literally went to college with Rabbi Shmuley. There's photos of him. There's photos of Rabbi Shmuley giving him a fucking piggyback ride. Like, yes, Rabbi Shmuley, the kosherized dildo guy, that Rabbi Shmuley. Cory Booker knows him personally from his youth. There's video footage of them dancing around too, I think, in like a Jewish holiday celebration. Do you think they explored each other's bodies? I don't know. I'm sure this doesn't have to do anything with kosher sex rabbi compromat compiler Shmuley Boteach leaking a video of himself wearing a clown costume and drunkenly piggyback riding Cory Booker on Purim at Oxford in 1993. Do you think they explored each other's bodies? Like, if you want people, if you're truly worried about exploding anti-Semitism, and you want people to not believe insane anti-Semitic conspiracies, don't fucking live them out, okay? Because no one would have this opinion on Cory Booker and like look into his background and see like Rabbi Shmuley getting a fucking piggyback ride in 1993 in Oxford if Cory Booker had a reasonable approach to Israel. As a matter of fact, they would look at this video and go, wow, in spite of his relationship with Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, it's very obvious that he's still like firmly committed to the human rights approach when it comes to Israel. That's what people would say. But when you take the stances that you do, and then this kind of video comes out, of course, people are going to be like, all right, well, what the fuck did you guys do that you're, you know, taking this unimaginably unpopular stance?
Criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu, do you think he's a war criminal?
Cory Booker attending a Jewish holiday has nothing to do with Zionism by itself, to be clear. The undertones, yeah, he's not. He's not just attending a Jewish holiday. He's getting a fucking piggyback ride by Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, who he has been a close personal best friend to for numerous decades. And when you package that up with Rabbi Shmuley Boteach's prominent placement as a Hasbara advocate, as an Israel advocate, and you match that with like the inconsistencies in terms of like communicating a response against Israel, a foreign country, from a random black American congressperson, of course people are going to lean into anti-Semitic conspiracies. That's why I said if they were besties and he was like, yeah, what Israel's doing is unconscionable and wrong, then no one would actually fucking lean into the anti-Semitic conspiracies.
Again, these are questions that a lot of people think are the important litmus tests that are loaded and hot. My urgency is to be an effective leader in bringing an end to this crisis. And I get these questions all the time that to me undermine my urgency.
I think the thing that Democrats get so frustrated with, where we are right now, where you see like the Zoran Mamdanis and the Graham Plattners rise up, because they can go on podcasts and you can say, do you think Benjamin Netanyahu's a war criminal? And they just say, yes. And that's the end of it. It's not all of the rhetoric answering. It's like what happens to Democratic politicians, they go through this like prism, and then we can't ever get like the answer to yes or no conversations like you do with Bernie and others. And that's the frustration for the Democratic base.
Do I think Netanyahu is worse than Trump? Yes. Do I think that we right now in America should be doing everything possible to bring peace, not just to that crisis, but to the ones that shock me that no one talks about? And I hope, and I don't know if you guys have or not, but crises like Sudan, where there are American weapons literally causing horrific, in fact, by double, triple, quadruple, it's the biggest humanitarian crisis that we're not talking about as a country. When I was coming up, everybody was talking about Darfur. Now the moral silence is outrageous when American weapons are being used in that conflict.
And the same with Israel. I mean,
I think it's insane to straight up use the genocide deflection to be like, well, what about this other genocide? Okay, you are calling me out for my loyalty to a state that is committing genocide, but what about this other state that's also committing genocide, which ironically enough is also aligned with the state that is committing genocide, UAE, aligned with Israel, like attached to the fucking hip to American foreign policy goals in the region. Sudan is a civil war, Gaza is not. It doesn't matter. Sudan is also a genocide, and the civil war component is being actively accelerated by the United Arab Emirates. And it's also, the human toll is unimaginably costly. And a part of that support is the indirect support by the United States of America to the RSF on the side of the UAE. Having said that, our support for Israel is completely direct. Okay, there is no like weapons transfers being made to UAE that make it to the that make their ways to the rapid support forces who are now using it to blockade the capital and commit atrocities. Okay, we have a direct hand in Israel's genocide, and not only that, we directly offer political cover for Israel. That's what Cory Booker is doing in this situation as well, and not doing a very good job at it. We bailed him out politically. We bailed him out with financial support. We use our own American soldiers, the American Navy in the region to defend Israel. We fund the genocide. We bomb Israel's enemies for Israel. We allow Israel to bomb our allies in the region. And on top of that, we allow Israel to play a formative role in domestic affairs. So yes, the entanglements that we have with Israel is magnitudes worse than the indirect flow of weapons that make their ways into the hands of the RSF, which also is an issue and should be stopped. But a big part of that problem is that the UAE support for the RSF is never called into question because the UAE support for Israel.
Our weapons, and even Democratic politicians signed them before they were sent over to kill kids. This is, I really feel like if we get through this fascism, we have to have conversations like this, Senator. I think it's
but you're right. Where you're right is the Democratic Party. Again, as a Black guy in America, there are so many things we don't talk about that we need to have an honest conversation about. You're right. I work in a place that corruption has been accepted. Why are people taking corporate PAC money? Why are people trading stocks? I hold myself to the standard of what I want to see other elected officials, if I was a guy in Newark that I talk to about.
Uh-oh. He's like, I want everyone to be as big of a dick rider of a foreign nation state doing a genocide as myself. Not a good standard.
That don't believe their politicians stand and fight for them. And so I agree with you that there are real corruptions that we tolerate that we need to do something about. Campaign finance is one of the things. This is why I do not take certain money from everything from oil company C-suite folks to pharma company C-suite folks. These are all things that I believe. But every day that I get up here, I know the people of New Jersey want me to fight for them and their interests. And so when it comes to the fights we're in right now, I'm happy to be in a trench with everybody in my caucus, from Mark Warner all the way to Bernie Sanders, the whole caucus. We are united in a fight right now that I'm hoping, despite the...
I wonder if the cynical deployment of I'm black works at all in this situation. Because, like, on issues that pertain to white supremacy, on issues that are actually against white supremacy, because I would go so far as say Israel's actions in Gaza, Israel's actions in general, Israel's entire settler colonial enterprise is damn near identical to previous white supremacist colonial formations. But, like, this is one of the most transparent attempts of deploying your personal background and your personal identity as a shield. And this is exactly the edge case of what people universally despise. Progressives, and obviously everybody else as well, but Republicans obviously despise any sort of mention of identity coming from a non-white person, non-white, non-male person. They love it when you do identity politics for white men. And that's oftentimes not for good reason. They despise it because they don't want to hear about the realities of white supremacy. But in this circumstance, it seems like such a transparent attempt to say, like, look, I'm black. I get it. That's why I have to defend a white supremacist enterprise. Wholesale slaughter of black and brown bodies by a nuclear superpower that is attached to the hip to the United States of America.
Disagreements within the Democratic tent that we all can unify and say it's outrageous for people's healthcare costs to double their premiums. It's outrageous for 22 million Americans to lose their healthcare. It's outrageous for hospitals to have longer waits at the emergency room because people are going there to get their primary care. I go home every day, as I told you, or at least every week, to my community. And a lot of the things that I often talk about on podcasts like this, they don't give a damn about. They want to know what's going on with my rising costs.
Yeah, this Israel stuff is irrelevant to my black and brown constituents, I think is silly. Like, nobody is saying that you shouldn't pay great amounts of attention to these other problems, right? They're very important. And especially progressives care about this stuff, especially when it comes to domestic politics, domestic affairs. But the question here is, why do you have such undivided, irreplaceable loyalty to a foreign state? A foreign state that is conducting heinous crimes against humanity.
What's going on with my loss of health care? What's going on with the poisoning of my communities? Because everybody wants to talk about them being an environmentalist, but nobody's talking about the toxic sites that are in communities like mine and community. What's going on with the fact that giving birth in this country is one of the most dangerous jobs you can have, especially for Black women? And so I hear you when I'm down here in the Beltway or get on podcasts, everybody wants to talk, well, you didn't vote 100% this way. Nobody asks me about that in communities that I'm fighting for in New Jersey. What they want to know is, what are we doing to make the American dream that I can buy a home, that I can afford health care, that I can afford to pay the groceries or pay for childcare? What are you doing? I spoke to the Teamsters last week. Packed room. Pissed at the Democrats, pissed at the Republicans. By the end of the
Dude. This is pure whataboutism, pure deflection. It's the same as when Republicans say, oh, now is not the time to talk about gun control because we have to focus on mental health. Or when Republicans say, wait a minute, now is not the time to talk about immigration. Immigrants are coming into this country, but what about our veterans who need mental health and who need housing? It's just a cynical way to shift the conversation and the attention away by claiming that, like, this Israel stuff is insignificant to the average American when it clearly is not insignificant, especially because Israel has, whether people recognize it or not, and I think more and more people are recognizing it now, has had a stranglehold on even domestic affairs for a very long time. It's ridiculous. He is trying to say, like, oh, I want healthcare for everybody, actually, even though he's not a pro-Medicare for all politician as far as I remember. But in an effort to move the attention away from the Israel stuff, he's like, well, what about healthcare? People want to be able to pay for healthcare. It's like, okay, what are you doing about that? But the moment that you ask that question, he's already won because he doesn't want you pressing him on Israel. Israel would be an irrelevant talking point if it was not attached to the fucking hip, suckling on the American teat on a daily basis, while simultaneously interfering in the domestic affairs of everyday Americans. Americans love to talk about how much they believe in the First Amendment and the Constitution, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, free press. There's only one country that has been able to successfully, in the most transparently unconstitutional way possible, undermine the First Amendment. And it has gone on for decades. That country is Israel. The lobby that wrote those bills is AIPAC. There is a reason why nobody asks people that are running for local office if they would go to, I don't know, Lima, if they would go to Estonia. Okay? They ask, would you go to Israel? And when you say no, they say, why are you anti-Semitic? There is no equivalence to this. Okay? That's it. There's no lobbying arm. There is no massive influence peddling operation for any other fucking country like this. This is domestic politics. So people that say, oh man, I just don't care about this at all. Like, why do you care about this? My constituents don't care about Israel. It's like, first of all, you're lying. Okay? Because they absolutely do. They 100% do. Are you a Democratic politician? Then yes, your constituents do care about this. Even if it's not the highest priority, you are directly at odds with your constituents on this issue. And it's not even like a 50-50, 60-40 split. It's a 80-20 split. It's worse than an 80-20 split, depending on what specific aspect of this Israel stuff that we're talking about. So it's not even a question. You could be finding yourself in the pocket of, I don't know, the great forestry lobby, and maybe the New Jersey constituents don't actually give a fuck about it all that much. But if asked, New Jerseyans said 98% that they don't think that they don't think that they should be destroying the forests, and you were getting unlimited funding from lumber companies and were constantly advancing bills that destroyed the national forest, then it would be a perfectly appropriate question to ask. Like, well, here's 98% of your constituents that say not a single dime to subsidize the forestry industry. Okay, like they're destroying our national forest. Seemingly, your constituents care about this. If you turned around and you were like, well, my constituents care about like their day-to-day needs, it's like, okay, but this is an issue where you are directly at odds with your constituents. Why is that the case? Because it seems like you get a lot of money from this specific industry. Perhaps that is the reason.
Speech, I had them on their feet applauding because I was saying things that they're not used to Democrats talking about, which is screw all this stuff that talked about up here. What are you doing for me and my family to represent us? I want to get the Democratic Party back to the basics that makes people believe in us again. And first it is getting rid of corruption. And corruption means that I know my politician isn't bought and paid for, that I know my politician isn't.
Yeah. The way to fast track this is the way to fast track this, because he's not wrong. Democrats have a messaging problem. He's not wrong. Democrats have an earnesty problem, an earnestness or earnesty, whatever you want to call it. Okay, they are not seen as credible actors. They are seen as smug, entitled, out-of-touch elitists. If only there was a overwhelming majority support issue that Congress seemingly constantly refused to address about our undying loyalty and defense of a foreign country that seemingly gets to dominate American politics. If only there was a party that looked at that situation and said, no more, we're not doing that. Perhaps that would be a wonderful opportunity for the Democrats to actually win back some of that confidence. Especially considering that there are plenty of Americans or plenty of politicians who are doing that right now.
Trading stocks that on information that I don't have, that I know my politicians aren't playing to somebody else's tune. Second is, what are you doing to make my life economically easier? Because 60% of this country can't afford America anymore, can't afford the American dream. Third, what are we doing for families? Because raising a kid in this country increases your chance of going below the poverty line by over 100% just by having a child, because that's how expensive it is. And again, healthcare, being able to have a child without dying. These are the basics our party wants. People don't want all the bells and whistles. They don't want all the bullshit political talks that we all always get tripped up on. What are you doing for us? And the fight that we're in right now in Washington against Donald Trump, and you and I might agree on a lot of the things, threats to democracy, a lot of these things that we talk about. But when I go home, people are just so pissed off that they can't afford America anymore. And that's what we need to be talking about.
Listeners, sometimes it's so difficult to get ahead through, and I mean this, I have had it for problems. Just take him because you're in the Senate. I feel like every single day, Democratic leadership in the federal government should be out saying Donald Trump has dementia. He's running around calling it the Department of War when it is the Department of Defense. He is lying about inflation. I mean, just every day he's demented. He should be impeached. He's lying. And I am not seeing that. I see sound bites a little bit here and there.
It's like he basically got them to stop pressing by unironically going on a filibuster. Like, he just filibustered this conversation. Mr. Filibuster himself, he did it. Oh, nobody cares about this. What do you mean nobody cares about this? You're talking about the unprecedented cost of, you're talking about the problem with, you're talking about the problems with the Democrats not being able to look honest, win back confidence from the regular voters. One quick way is Israel. Okay, taking a bold anti-Israel stance. Then you talk about all of the financial predicaments that your constituents are experiencing and how you want politicians to address that. Meanwhile, a big part of the reason why people are anti-Israel is because they keep looking at the unlimited billions of dollars going to Israel, where they do have all of these fucking benefits, where they do have better social safety nets, they do have healthcare. Even if people don't know that Israel has that, by the way, which when they find out that Israel does have that, they get even more mad. But even if they don't know that, they're like, okay, why aren't we spending this on me? Why aren't they spending this money on my neighborhood? Why is this money going to Israel so they can go kill fucking black and brown children? I don't understand that. They said something that is very close to this when it came down to Ukraine. And Ukraine is a at least morally defensible posture in the eyes of the broader American collective consciousness, that Ukraine is a defensive position against the Russian incursion that is unjustifiable. And even then, Americans were like, why the fuck are we giving so much money to Ukraine, bro? Americans are fed up with foreign entanglements and foreign intervention and demand that this money is spent on them, that their taxpayer dollars go back to funding their neighborhoods. At its base, this is the argument. Okay? At the end, they talk more about Israel again.
But I will say, now that we've been doing this for 3 years, I do think that the United States, and particularly the Democratic Party, we have to be leaders on this issue with Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. It's something that there is a big loud beat in the bass that's permeating all across the country. When you have people in Oklahoma that have never been political before start to talk about it. And here's what I'm scared about. And I've been talking to other politicians that have come on the pod about this. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is an anti-Semite. She is a real Jew hater to the core. And she is starting to message now. MAGA is not America first, where they've been Israel first. And for rural people and suburban people, when they hear that messaging, it allows a grifter and an opportunist like Marjorie Taylor Greene, for people that don't follow the 24-hour news cycle, to say, yeah, why do they have free health care and we don't? Why are we sending them all of these bombs and they're killing kids and we don't? I think in order for us to come together as a party in 2026, it's going to take leadership saying things like Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal. We have to stop funding the war. And we've evolved on the issue. And I think it's okay. I think we're all at a place right now where we can accept that we have the leaders that we have. And I agree with you that we agree on 98 out of 100 things. And if we agreed 100 out of 100, we'd be in a cult, would be MAGA. And we're not that. We're always going to disagree on things. And I genuinely hear you when you say,
yeah, obviously she's not saying we need to fund the bombs for our children, chatters. Come on. Like, she means all the funds going to bombs to kill children overseas. Why don't those funds go back to our children?
People don't know who Chuck Schumer is. You're exactly right. So many Americans do not know who that is at all. We all do, obviously. And I think the economic messaging, but I do think that if the Democrats leave this vacuum there, it's going to get filled by the people in MAGA that are seeing a post-Trump America. And it's super easy messaging with the America First thing. It's just something I want you to think about, because I think it's a political liability for our party right now.
They're calling me for a vote. Let me just say this. So first of all, why aren't people talking about when Obama was using American jets to bomb, to refuel Saudi planes that were...
What the fuck? Brother. First of all, I mean, we here in this community have talked about that consistently, but that is a crazy... Bro, this man is more loyal to Israel than he is to the God King of the modern Democrat Party, Barack Hussein Obama. That is, I don't even know what's going on there. I've never even, what?
Dropping bombs on Yemenis children. Why weren't we yelling and screaming about it? I spoke out against it. But
no, it was bad, but we have to talk about current.
Please let me finish, because they're going to pull me away.
Okay.
Why? And again, I've been fighting for more funding from the Horn of Africa to the Congo to Sudan. Why can't we get people to care?
I mean, did Obama give him $800K? True. You know, when you put it like that, when you fucking put it like that, makes a lot more sense. I cannot believe that when called in the question about loyalty to the state of Israel as it's conducting a genocide, Cory Booker said, what about Obama giving money? What about Obama giving money to fucking Saudi Arabia to bomb children in Yemen? Hassan just stops the video when someone says something he thinks is controversial to go, what, why, what, who, what are you talking about, bro? Meanwhile, I mean, that's just, it's like seriously. This is true. That's all I do. You called it. You smacked my ass, chatter. You are a brilliant intellect. I will be DMing you my stream key. Anyway, going back to the point, I cannot explain how fucking insane it is to deflect away to Barack Obama of all people.
In this country, enough, where our top podcasts are saying it's wrong that we are implicated in so many things, people dying on the continent of Africa. Why Haiti? Why can't I get top mainstream media people?
Dog, the question is, why do you have so much loyalty to Israel, and why won't you cut ties with Israel as it's conducting a genocide? And you're like, well, why can't anybody talk about Haiti? That's crazy, man. That's a crazy fucking deflection. I don't know how does this actually read to people as like a decent approach to this conversation? Especially considering that, like, for a lot of people, I think they also view what Israel's doing as like a white supremacist act of violence anyway. Especially because despite the fact that Israel is very Arab, right? Lots of Arab Jews in Israel. Most Western world Jews are Ashkenazi and therefore white. So for a lot of people in the Western world, they don't even realize that like Israel is also a brown on brown violence technically. And also, a big part of the Israeli violence is the same exact pattern that he's talking about in Haiti or Congo or Sudan. Foreign intervention at the behest of Western imperialism in many circumstances where you keep the native population of black and brown people down and servile and destroy them. So Israel is identical in that regard. What is this? Bro is doing what about for every conflict we do? He's just trying to deflect. What is this? He didn't? What was the question? I can't find him introducing or voting for a bill to block arms sales against Saudi Arabia during Obama's term. Maybe he just kept it to himself. Maybe he was like, yeah, I really hated it, but I didn't tell anybody. I just like kind of kept it to my own damn self.
To give a damn about the atrocities there. The International Criminal Court singles out Israel, but not Iran, not Syria, not other.
Yeah, he became a Pan-Africanist Maoist at the first mention of Israel, except like I've never met a Pan-Africanist Maoist who wasn't the most anti-Israel person you've ever met. You know? That's a new guy. The new guy. Van Jones? Yeah, Van Jones. Van Jones is like Thomas Sankara, but also pro-Israel.
Folks, I don't understand. I'm with you on the ending of the nightmare and the ceasefire. I'm with you on criticizing the Netanyahu administration, which I think is worse than the Trump administration.
Oh,
but
wow.
As a guy who is focusing so much of my effort.
Wow, I can't believe it. Wow, you hate Trump and you really hate Netanyahu, except you don't hate him enough to like refuse to fucking visit him. And also on top of that, oh, sorry. A little burpy burp came out of my mouth while I was trying to fucking talk here. But you just have consistently defended his genocide, Israel's genocide. And you're doing that right now by deflecting to other instances of American death and destruction around the globe. I can't believe it, dude. I cannot believe it. I can't believe the Obama mention is so wild to me. I've had a podcast Jennifer Welsh implores Cory Booker after he refused to call Netanyahu a war criminal to take the outrage over Gaza seriously. Booker claims he has to go, says the ICC singles out Israel and criticizes the podcaster for not focusing more on Africa instead. He's not exactly wrong to note Obama's crimes in Yemen, but it's interesting that this where Booker has reached in his defense of Israel's conduct. Yeah, push him a little bit further. Push him a little bit further, and he's going to start talking about, like, the USSR or some shit. Like, he's going to start talking about how the USSR absolutely did the right thing to quash the counter-revolutionary Hungarian revolution by force. He's just going to start taking more radical positions increasingly. He's just going to keep leveling up. He's like, honestly, a lot of people in China have betrayed Mao by even criticizing the Cultural Revolution. It was actually objectively good, and you should be able to kill as many sparrows as you want to, and that famine isn't that bad. It actually makes people a lot stronger in the aftermath of that famine. Like, just keep building on it all the way until you defend Pol Pot in an effort not to criticize Israel, okay? Yeah. Fucking awesome. The Khmer Rouge were demonstrating real revolutionary potential by assassinating people en masse for the crime of wearing glasses because we hate fucking nerds. Okay? You don't understand. This is a valid approach to revolutionary violence, and you simply don't understand it with your mind. Okay? You just don't get it. He's a communist. Please stop me. Please stop demanding that I talk about Israel. Every time you push me on this, I'm going to get more and more ultra. I'm going to turn into an ultra here, okay? I'm going to make fucking Jason Unruhe blush. He is not an ultra anyway. What the hell are you talking about? I'm just making a joke because he literally fucking talked about Obama's foreign policy against Yemen in a negative tone in an effort not to talk about Israel.
Human suffering on the planet Earth, on the biggest humanitarian nightmares, I can't get people with powerful platforms to speak even.
Yeah, in this clip, Booker says his efforts are focused on ending all human suffering on planet Earth, except for Israel, by the way. Except for Israel. Just everyone. Honestly, that is the true pro-Israel position. Only Israel gets to do a genocide. Only Israel gets to do war crimes. Only Israel gets to do an apartheid. Any other war around the world is unjust and must be stopped, so that it is only the most moral nation on the planet that gets to do its most moral genocide. What is this? Remember what he said about AIPAC 6 years ago? In leaked recordings, Cory Booker says he and AIPAC president text message back and forth like teenagers. I mean, that's not shocking, surprising. That's why I think, though, he's hitting this from the maximalist, like the most pro-Israel position you can actually arrive at, which is only Israel gets to do war crimes, genocide, apartheid. Nobody else.
Once about the nightmares that are going on. It drives me nuts. And it makes me feel like I have felt when I was representing.
As one of the few Sudanese chatters in here, the weaponization of the genocide, famine, and struggles of my people to justify and deflect from the Israeli genocide is so fucking infuriating. It probably stings even more when you realize that the perpetrator of this inhumanity, this genocide in Sudan, is also allowed to do so because of their unconditional, uncompromising loyalty to the state of Israel and the United States of America. That's what makes us, like, that is insult to injury right there. Because these guys who are fucking pro-Israel also never really talk about Sudan at all, because the main perpetrators there are also pro-Israel. Yeah, 12 million people displaced and horrific famines funded by the UAE, and in common political discourse, we get reduced to an Israeli deflection. It is so infuriating. It is mind-boggling, dude. When you ask them if they think the support for Israel is already costing Democrats elections, what would be the correct response in your view? What, like an honest politician should say, yes, it is costly for the Democrats, and that's precisely why we must decouple from Israel in our foreign policy. Israel has long been a burden, not just on U.S. foreign policy, but also been a major burden on domestic affairs as well. It is utterly ridiculous to be this married to a apartheid ethno-state that has genocidal ambitions, which it's actually seeing out.
Newark, New Jersey, to get people in our country to care enough. Why do I stand out and support people that you and others criticize me for voting for? Because I will never forget when nobody cared about mass incarceration of Black and brown people who stood up for them. Why am I get so angry sometimes about my own party, who seems to be distracted by issues that don't matter, and not to the core of people who cannot afford to pay rent and buy groceries? That's why I've chosen to live where I live. Because every day when I come home, I get snapped back to reality, to people who want me to focus on what matters to them And so I hear you about what the causes are that are most making headlines. But my entire career, I've cared about the issues that aren't the popular issues, but are the ones that are affecting the most people that are often forgot about or marginalized. And that's what I want to say with urgency. So you and I are going to agree on the big ticket items, but I want to come back on this show. I beg of you and I'll send them to you beforehand. 3 things that we should be talking about that we're not talking about that are affecting millions of either Americans or hundreds of millions of people or tens of millions of people on the planet Earth.
Senator, I want to thank you so much for coming on this podcast, because this is the difference between the left and the right. You come on here, we have conversations, we grow, we learn from each other, and it's not like Fox News or the right wings. We disagree and we embrace the disagreement to make a better country. And thank you so much for coming on. We respect all of the work you do, and we're here to fight this fight with you and find compromise and unity where we can.
We are unified, the 3 of us, and you all are voices that, again, the tradition of Black radio in America, you all know this. It was people like you all that have platforms that would entertain people, that would inform people, that would engage people, but most of all, would help to heal the hurt, to inspire people to act even when they were starting to feel despair. I believe that hope is the active conviction that despair will never have the last word. And you all are speaking up again and again and again, trying to make sure people know that as dark as things are, as challenging as things are, we still have fight, we still have strength, and we still, like my parents said when they marched, we still believe that we shall overcome.
Senator, good luck. Thank you. And please come back on.
I've had it, ladies. Need a leftist Black woman correspondent? Sure. Good luck compromising with a brick wall. I mean, look. What's the quote? You can't convince a man whose entire bag relies on him not being convincible. Something like that. I'm fucking it up. It's just like, guys, stop calling him Apex Shakur. That's Hakeem Jeffries, okay? Cory Booker is a different person. This is the only real immovable position Cory Booker has. Ironically enough, this is correct. Have you seen the political stuff? I haven't gotten to it yet, but I will in a second. And for those who are wondering what political stuff, we'll get to that in a moment. J.D. Vance just defended the group chats. Republicans never apologize for anything. This is far worse than anything said in a college group chat that the guy who said it could become the AG of Virginia. I refuse to join the pearl clutching when powerful people call for political violence. Oh, he's using the other private text message between the AG of Virginia to deflect away from the political group chat. Speaking of group chats, J.D. Vance is a big group chat boy. He has been in those group chats with a bunch of fucking groypers. And who knows what the hell he said, to be fair, in those group chats. We know some of the things that he has said. It is... he was in that one? Oh, he was. Okay. Breaking New York Times said, Israel said Hamas violated the new ceasefire deal. We already covered that. Here's the Politico thing, okay? Exclusive. Thousands of leaked messages show leaders of young Republican groups joking about gas chambers, slavery, and rape in a private Telegram chat. Inside the rising GOP leaders' racist chats obtained by Politico spanning more than 7 months. I will be honest, I don't think this kind of stuff has motion anymore. I don't. I don't think people care. It's the least surprising thing of all time. But you have to remember, this kind of stuff only mattered if people in positions of power actually had a sense of dignity and shame. On the Democratic Party side, I think there is still some semblance of dignity and shame. or at least like an aesthetic posture towards dignity and shame, which they often weaponize against their enemies or try to weaponize against the Republicans. It doesn't work, but they try to weaponize against like their left flank, and it does kind of work because the left is the only suckers in the game that are super predisposed to not understanding like the complexities of human beings and will measure you on the virtues of like what you represent in that immediate moment. But even when it goes above and beyond, when these guys are actually playing out these desires that they joke about in group chats, I just don't think that it works anymore. I think it just, especially for the right, it does not work. I guarantee everyone in that group chat knows who you are and hates you. Oh, for sure. These are the extremely online young Republicans. Of course they fucking hate me. It's just this kind of stuff. Do you want to know why this kind of stuff doesn't matter? Everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. When did we bring that site out? You're giving nationals too much credit and expecting the Jew to be honest. You want to know why this kind of stuff doesn't work? Because all of the forces that even remotely acted as though they care about anti-Semitism have in the last 2 years shown their true face, which is that they only care about anti-Semitism accusations as long as they can weaponize that against people who are anti-Israel. Okay? Bro, we got other leaks. Satellites are leaking the world's secrets, calls, texts, and military and corporate data. With just $800 in basic equipment, researchers found a stunning variety of data, including thousands of T-Mobile users' calls and texts, and even the U.S. military communications sent by satellites unencrypted. Oh my God, that's amazing. Anyway, the other reason why this stuff doesn't matter anymore is because of the weaponization of shamelessness demonstrated by the Republican Party. And last but not least, look at Twitter. This kind of communication is no longer just done in private chat groups that actually showcase people's secret opinions. People say this stuff publicly and get hundreds of thousands of views on Twitter. The permission structure for neo-Nazi sentiment has expanded. The permission structure for being a reactionary has expanded dramatically. Okay? A part of that, and I think about this all the time, a part of that I think is just the way we communicate and the way we spend time online. As more and more of our interpersonal communication development actually takes place in an environment that is utterly removed from like your all of the other markers of what makes you a human being, where you can't tell if the other person on the other side of the screen is actually a fucking fully fleshed out adult with a fully functioning brain or an absolute sociopath. You end up assuming neutrality across the board. You end up assuming, I think, that the person that you're communicating with online is basically you on the other side. Like their background resembles you to a certain degree. Sometimes I'm reminded that that is not the case when, I don't know, one of these like Twitter accounts will be like, I'm 21, or they'll talk about like age gap relationships or something, like a political account that I follow. We'll talk about like age gap relationships. It'll be like a 23-year-old and a 20-year-old should never date. And I'm like, oh my God, you're literally a child. Like that's when I remember that like I'm getting information from an actual child. Okay. And I think this environment, the way that we, the more we communicate almost exclusively online, the more vicious we become as well. And I'll give you one example of this, right? I think you're wrong. This still does matter in political circles. I believe all but one of the people mentioned in this article have been fired from their jobs or resigned. We're not at peak acceptance of racist garbage and shamelessness yet. Scary, it could get worse. Maybe. But I think if that was the case, Turning Point USA would have been shuttered a long time ago, especially considering that this is exactly what TPUSA used to do all the fucking time. And look where TPUSA is now. Charlie Kirk just got a posthumous Medal of Honor today. And for years and years and years, we saw Turning Point USA get for years and years, we saw Turning Point USA get this kind of coverage over and over again. And look where it's at now. Yeah, Big Balls remained in government after his racist messages got leaked. I think they just don't care. I think people don't care, especially because the administration is openly putting to policy what these opinions actually are behind closed doors. When you have an administration that is also posturing as though they want to defend whiteness in this country, yeah, of course the people that are champions of that cause behind closed doors are going to be even more gross. Okay? This is what I mean when I say that the permission structure has expanded so dramatically on the right. On the one hand, you can't have a conversation about like the violent retaliation to the endless amounts of violence that colonial subjects receive without being branded a terrorist. It's completely unacceptable. You can't say that. You can't even say that like Hamas is a national emancipatory group and has no like jihadist or Salafist ambition beyond that without being branded a terrorist. But on the other hand, you could just literally talk about like you can't trust Jews. As long as you're pro-Israel, you can say that. You know, you can say, great, I love Hitler. As long as you're advocating for Hitlerian-style anti-immigrant policy. This is exactly the type of rhetoric that unironically is no longer hidden behind closed doors. I think it's like out in broad daylight. Nah, dog, the Republicans don't care, but the vast majority of people care about this. You have no idea how many white Facebook Live wine moms I have seen share the story. I hope the liberal wine moms will defend us. Okay.
Thousands of messages shared in a group chat of young Republicans is revealing some racist thoughts that they even worried about being leaked. Well, those exchanges have been leaked, obtained by Politico, and are part of a Telegram chat among young Republican leaders in the following states: New York, Kansas, Arizona, and Vermont. New York State politics reporter Jason Bieferman is one of the journalists who wrote about this for Politico. Jason, tell us about this story, how it came to you, and what...
This is the least shocking revelation for someone like myself. Maybe that's what it is. Because, like, of course they're like that. Politico report on a group of chat of young Republicans. Does this reflect some bad apples? Some bad apples. These are the future of the Republican Party. This is so vile, it's hard to find the words to put in the context that these are people who are part of one of two major parties that they believe in gas chambers and rape and discrimination based on the color of people's skin. And for me, when I hear stuff like this, I'm like, have you seen the Republican Party's policies? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, when I hear this kind of stuff, I think to myself, like, how is this shocking? Because we are, and I mean this sincerely, we are like 2 election cycles, if election cycles happen at all going forward, we are 2 election cycles away from the president speaking like that. Okay? I'm gonna be honest. That's what it feels like to me. Like, because the policies already reflect this this desire, this vile attitude that people have. And slowly but surely, the Republicans have redesigned political discourse in this country to make people, sometimes by force, be much more open towards this kind of ridiculous, fascist, violent policy making. For us, it's a fork found in the kitchen moment, but for people who are less tapped in, it genuinely is upsetting to see. It's also especially insane because people in the older generations, especially older libs, don't see people in Gen Z and Gen Alpha talking like this because they see the younger generation as a hopeful generation that will fix everything. Yeah, for me, it's not even fork found in the kitchen. It's just like this is fork found in the fork factory, because I've known that the young Republican crop is almost entirely grouped up. You know? Yeah, Hitler Youth found beside Hitler. Like, for us in this community, for us in this chat, for as tuned in as we are to like the back and forth and the commentary on the right-wing spaces nowadays, does this come even remotely as a surprise to you that a group chat of young Republicans leaked and it reflects the virtues, the values that you see from young Republicans that publicly posture in this way all the goddamn time? For me, I'm like, yeah, of course they're saying this shit. Of course they are. This is what they openly say as well, oftentimes under the guise of anonymous accounts. Oh, yeah. Speaking of fork found in the kitchen, breaking MAGA pastor who wore Charlie Kirk's freedom shirt and sermon, arrested for soliciting minors and distributing child sex abuse images. Wow. How shocking. What? How? Oh my God. Another one? Wow. Remarkable. Let me tell you how confused I am, okay? This is confusing to me. I am a guy who was born yesterday. I actually just got out of a coma. Yeah, Fork Meat Kitchen moment number 750,000. Let's continue.
Was exchanged in these Telegram messages.
You are born yesterday or just got out of a coma? Decide. Both. I was born yesterday and I was comatose. And today I woke up out of that coma.
Based on what your reporting has revealed.
Politico obtained over 7 months of thousands and thousands of messages in a Telegram group chat between, like you said, leaders in the young Republican state organizations in Arizona, New York, Kansas, and Vermont. Now, it's kind of a misnomer, young Republicans, because it's called the Young Republicans, but these are, full-grown adults, 18 to 40 years old. And over the course of these 7 months, they exchanged messages with, extremely anti-Semitic and racist comments. They referred to Black people as monkeys or the watermelon people.
I saw a lot of chatters go 40, Lamau, young Republican. Yes, for the Republican Party, 40 is young. Come on now. Yes, bro. Anyway, I can't make up my mind. I'm the leading chief counsel of the ADL, and I can't make up my mind until I find out what these people's positions are on Israel. Once I figure out if they're pro or anti-Israel, I will really reconsider whether or not I have decided that this is truly anti-Semitic or just a bunch of young guys having fun.
People they called rape epic. They talked about the love of Hitler with factions of their party or even supporting slavery. This was a chat with members elected to lead their states within a prominent Republican youth political organization that numbers 15,000 people. And they were in a campaign to lead this organization nationally. My colleague and I, my colleague Emily No, we really looked into this and wanted to see, why are they speaking like that to each other? And does this have anything to do with kind of the way that the norms of our political discourse have been changing?
Yeah, ADL thought watermelon people referred to Palestinians, so they were like, this is actually A-okay. Because remember, I have heard, that's the new meta. I've heard that from bot accounts, bot accounts that refer to the pro-Palestinian crowd as watermelon people.
Some would say since President Trump came to power.
It's just, bro, like the Department of Homeland Security is literally Groyper posting every day, bro. They are literally straight up Hitler posting. Oh my God, these are the fucking racist Nazi losers. Of course they are. Oh my lordy, lordy. Holy moly. Oh, fuck. It is, dude, this is why fascism is a fucking loser ideology, okay? It is a fucking loser ideology. It's an ideology that you only abide by if there is something lacking in your life. Okay? And it's not because they're like thick and chunky. There's plenty of thick, chunky boys out there who are fighting the good fight. But you can see them reeking with insecurity. Fascism is the ideology of fucking losers. They have no great ambition to redesign society in an equitable fashion. They have no interest in helping others. They simply are constantly engaging in battle and in some instances violence to restore a mythological project of person because it's something that they lack internally. They have something that's missing. And that insecurity causes them to fantasize about the entire in-group being this superior, playing a superior role in society. And we have to like reassert dominance in this way. That's what it is. That's what I've seen in so many circumstances. Like when you're lacking something in your life and you have a sense of overwhelming entitlement and your personal experiences in the real world do not match what you thought society owed you, you turn to ideologies like fascism. Okay? That's when you do it. You turn to an ideology like fascism because like, oh, we're big and strong actually. We're descendants of Vikings. We're descendants of great Roman legionnaires. We're descendants of Romans, which is really interesting because Rome was an unimaginably diverse empire. Like these guys would literally look at like all of those like 5'4" North African dudes and be like, these were the fucking this is the beacon of white excellence. Like this doesn't make any fucking sense, but it's just you only go back to this mythological higher being and what your personhood actually represents, this broad unit that you're a part of that is destined by God to dominate, if you are deeply fucking insecure about what's going on in your immediate life. And sometimes the inflection could be something as stupid as like not getting pussy. Okay? Straight up. Just like other people get laid, I can't. Why not me? I deserve it as well. If only they knew that I was at the top of the racial pecking order. Hassan, better watch your knees? What does that mean? Are you saying I'm old? Because you're not wrong. I am getting there. I'm getting up there in age. A friend of mine got blackmailed to leak in these chats, a total fucking coward and useless piece of shit. One of the people in here, he attended his wedding with me and still sold him over to the devil, all for some useless YR beef. Young Republican beef. And then the GOP condemned them. Fuck these people. The GOP treated my fire. What? threatened to fire my friend and vice chairman from his AG job because of TikToks I posted about immigration. I wasn't allowed to talk about replacement theory or any mainline immigration stances. They asked me to resign over Trump's green card diploma mill comments. I was blacklisted by Young Republican National and blocked by their accounts because their leader is a BLM sympathizing closet case. Oh, the GOP tried to fire my friend. Everyone in this article is a patriot, and everyone attacking them is a dirty, treacherous, impotent, cowardly bundle of sticks. They all deserve to be destroyed. Evan says, own your beliefs. I think he is, to be fair. To be fair to the fucking neo-Nazi, it seems like he is owning his beliefs. He's saying that the Republicans or the Republican Party broadly is not owning their beliefs. A bundle of sticks, I assume, is the F slur, right? That's what he's like. I guess he isn't owning his beliefs in that regard because he won't say the F slur. Instead, he's just saying bundle of sticks. He is whining about the leak, though, is Evan's point. True. All right, let's get to the fucking article. The article is titled, I Love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans' racist chat. Leaders of young Republican groups throughout the country worried what would happen if their Telegram chat ever got leaked, but they kept typing anyway. They refer to black people as monkeys and the watermelon people and mused about putting their political opponents in gas chambers. They talked about raping their enemies and driving them to suicide, and a lot of Republicans who they believe support slavery. William Hendricks, the Kansas Young Republican vice chair, used the words N-word and variations of a racial slur more than a dozen times in the chat. Bobby Walker, the vice chair of the New York State Young Republicans at the time, referred to rape as epic. Peter Junta, who at the time was chair of the same organization, wrote in a message sent in June that everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. Junta was referring to an upcoming vote on whether he should be chair of the Young Republican National Federation, the GOP's 15,000-member political organization for Republicans between 18 and 40 years old. I'm going to create some of the greatest physiological torture methods known to man. We only want true believers, he continued. 2 members of the chat responded. Everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. When do we start bullying, dude? We have a solid 3 people who can probably have them want to jump. If they vote for us, why would they be gas? When do we bring that side out? I'm going to create some of the greatest physiological torture methods known to man. We want only true believers. Can we fix the showers? Gas chambers don't fit the Hitler aesthetic. I'm ready to watch people burn now. We got to pretend that we like them. Hey, come on in. Take a nice shower and relax. Boom, they're dead. Gas chambers is a Dutch oven. That's... He's gonna fart and put the covers over their heads so hard that the person is gonna be driven to suicide. Also, it doesn't make sense. Gas chambers absolutely fit the Hitler aesthetic. What is this guy saying? Not to be that guy, but like, is that just like, is he also like denying the Holocaust while demanding more of it? Because it kind of feels like it, where he's literally, he goes, can we fix the showers? As in like, you know, it's like a common Holocaust denial, while simultaneously, like guess he wrote that. Next sentence reveals the statement. Can we fix the showers? Gas chambers who don't fit the Hitler aesthetic. Joe Maligno, who previously identified himself as general counsel for the New York State Young Republicans, wrote back. He just thinks that they only use shower traps and not actual gas chambers because he's historically illiterate. I'm ready to watch people burn now. Annie K. Katie. That's what Annie K. Katie, New York's National Committee member, said. The exchange is part of a trove of Telegram chats sustained by Politico and spanning more than 7 months of messages among young Republican leaders in New York, Kansas, Arizona, and Vermont. The chat offers an unfiltered look at how a new generation of GOP activists talk when they think no one is listening. Since Politico, Katie. Since Politico began making inquiries, one member of the group chat is no longer employed at their job, and another's job offer was rescinded. Prominent New York Republicans, including Representative Elise Stefanik and State Senate Minority Leader Rob Ortt, have denounced the chat. And festering resentments among young Republicans have now turned into public recriminations, including allegations of character assassination and extortion. The 2,900 pages of chats shared among a dozen millennial and Gen Z Republicans between early January and mid-August chronicled their campaign to seize control of the National Young Republican Organization on a hardline pro-Donald Trump platform. Many of the chat members already work inside the government or party politics, and one serves as a state senator. Together, the messages reveal a culture where racist, anti-Semitic, and violent rhetoric circulate freely, and where the Trump-era loosening of political norms has made such talk feel less taboo among those positioning themselves as the party's next leaders. The more the political atmosphere is open and liberating, like it's been with the emergence of Trump and more right-wing GOP even before him, it opens up young people and older people to telling racist jokes, making racist commentaries in private and in public, said Joe Fagan, a Texas A&M sociology professor who has studied racism for the last 60 years. He's like, I've been studying racism for the last 60 years, and let me tell you, okay, shit's gotten so much more open, which is ironic because that's literally what I've been saying. So I guess you don't have to be a fucking professor of racism to recognize this, okay? This man is a professional racist. This man is a doctor of racism, okay? It turns out your boy, your dumb fuck favorite Twitch streamer, also has a doctorate in racism, maybe a PhD. I'm an engineer of racism. This is Annie Kate, Annie K. Katie, Bobby Walker, and Peter Junta, and Joe Maligno are the ones that talk shit in here, lol. What's up with young Republicans, bro? They always look the same way. What is this aesthetic? Anyway, but yeah, see, look. Young people and older people use the expanded permission structure of jokes or racist quips left and right in an effort to normalize this kind of behavior, normalize this kind of attitude. And that normalization also obviously revolves around the policy-making apparatus. In the past, Republicans used to still have racialized policies. That much is true, right? But nowadays, they also openly say that they're doing this for racial animus. And the more this becomes commonplace, I think the more it softens people's approach. The more it makes people, the more it makes people feel comfortable with this kind of approach. He's also concerned that the words would be applied to public policy. It's chilling, of course, because they will act on these views. Except, unlike Joe Fagan, I am not a professor of racism for the past 60 years. I'm a professor of racism for the past 34 years. Okay? And let me tell you, they've already been applying this stuff. They're just getting more ruthless openly and also communicating the ruthlessness of these policies without trying to even shelter the broader public from the racialized element. There will come a point when I think you no longer actually fear that you no longer actually fear to be called a fascist, and you wear it as a badge of honor. The dynamic of easy racism and casual cruelty played out in open, dark, vivid fashion inside the chats where campaign talk and party gossip blurred into streams of slurs and violent fantasies. The group chat members spoke freely about the pressure to cow to Trump to avoid being called a rhino, the love of Nazis within their party's right wing, and the president's alleged work to suppress documents related to wealthy financier Jeffrey Epstein's child sex crimes. Trump's too busy burning the Epstein files, Alex Dwyer, the chair of the Kansas Young Republicans, wrote in one instance. Dwyer and K. Katie declined to comment. Maligno and Hendricks did not return requests for comment, but some involved in the chat did respond publicly. Junta claimed the release of this chat is part of a highly coordinated year-long character assassination led by Gavin Wax and the New York City Young Republican Club, an allusion to a once obscured internecine war that is now spilled out into the open. These logs were sourced by way of extortion and provided to Politico by the very same people conspiring against me, he said. What's most disheartening is that despite my unwavering support of President Donald Trump since 2016, rogue members of his administration, including Gavin Wax, have participated in this conspiracy to ruin me publicly simply because I challenged them privately. Wax, a staffer in the Trump State's Department, formerly led the New York Young Republican Club, a separate city-based group that is at odds with the state organization, the New York State Young Republicans. He declined to comment. Despite his allusions to infighting, Junta still apologized. I am so sorry for those offended by the insensitive and inexcusable language found within the more than 28,000 messages of a private group chat that I created during my campaign to lead the Young Republicans, he said. While I take complete responsibility, I have had no way of verifying the accuracy and am deeply concerned that the message logs in question may have been deceptively doctored. At least one person in the Telegram chat works in the Trump administration, Michael Bartels, who, according to his LinkedIn account, serves as a senior advisor in the Office of General Counsel within the U.S. Small Business Administration. Bartels did not have much to say in the chat, but he didn't offer any pushback against the offensive rhetoric in it either. He declined to comment. He's probably thinking, oh my God, thank God I didn't say shit in there, bro. Oh my Lord. Also, are you fucking Michael Burgles? What are these names, man? A notarized affidavit signed by Bartels and obtained by Politico also sheds light on the intra-party rivalry that led to the Restroyer War Room Telegram chat to be made public. Bartels references Wax as well. He wrote that he did not give Politico the chat and that Wax demanded in a phone call that he provide the full chat log. When I attempted to resist that demand after providing some of the requested information, Wax threatened my professional standing and raised the possibility of potential legal action related to an alleged breach of non-disclosure agreement, Bartels claimed in the affidavit. My position within the New York Young Republican Club was directly threatened. Walker, who now leads the New York State Young Republicans, touched on a similar theme, saying that he believes portions of the chat may have been altered, taken out of context, or otherwise manipulated, and that the private exchanges were obtained and released in a way that clearly intended to inflict harm. He also apologized. There is no excuse for the language and tone of the messages attributed to me. The language is wrong and hurtful, and I sincerely apologize, Walker said. I am going to once again explain something that I have said for years. Ronald Reagan was a monster. Ronald Reagan was a racist. Ronald Reagan openly advanced racist policies both at the governor's office and as president. Okay? But liberals still revere him. Only until they found out that Ronald Reagan called African diplomats monkeys who don't know how to wear shoes did some liberals turn around and go, oh, wow, that's so racist. If you recall, that was recently at the time, it was like a newly recovered tapes between him and Nixon, their private correspondences. Okay. And liberals were like, oh my God, I can't believe how racist Ronald Reagan is. And it's like, dude, look at his policies. Of course he's fucking racist. What are we talking about? And it's like, it's always shocking to me that the administration right now that is acting out the desires of these young Republicans, who sometimes even use the language that these young Republicans are using, with the exception of basically saying the N-word or wholeheartedly endorsing Adolf Hitler, okay? With those two exceptions, they are advancing Hitlerian policy. But unfortunately for the average American, they can't comprehend that. They just look at state violence, or they look at the agenda of the federal government as just the agenda of the federal government. They cannot comprehend that this is just pure Hitlerian domestic fascism until they hear Donald Trump say the N-word, and I don't mean nuclear, the other N-word. I don't think people will assume that Donald Trump is like a racist person. I don't think the overwhelming majority will assume that. And by that point, it might have been normalized anyway. Look at this other young Republican law. Mike Johnson's friend Bobby Walker said rape is epic. Dude, what is happening? Look at how jolly this person looks. You shouldn't be saying that, little man. You should not be saying things like that. The kid from Up. What do you say? What do you say? What do you do? Behold the master race, the Heil Titler Brigade, once again. Fucking awesome. That dude sounds like this when he walks. Bumba dum ba dum ba bumbity bumba dum. Bumba bumba. It's just like, I don't know. I have a lot of opinions on this. On the one hand, it's like these guys have basically decided that vice signaling shows your honesty, your earnesty, okay? And I don't think a lot of people understand that. On the Republican side, they have fully adopted villainous behavior, okay? They see that as being real. And I'm afraid that even a lot of normies who get brain broken by correspondence online also kind of feel that way. This is something that I criticized a while back when people would come after me and Pokey and be like, you guys are, you know, Disney streamers, right? You're bad, you're wrong. And it's like, and I think a part of that was because like people on the other hand who like present themselves as like bad dudes or advocate for awful shit or make edgy jokes, those people were seen as like honest. Those are content creators that were being real, right? Because on the internet, it's very difficult to figure out if the person that is on the other side of the screen is being a real one, right? So most people assume that any sort of graciousness, any sort of open-mindedness, it immediately means you're being fake, you're being phony, you're just fake nice, you're fake nice, you're fake nice. You couldn't possibly be real nice. And it's really interesting because no matter how evil someone is on the internet, no matter how evil they present themselves on the internet, in the real world, they would never in a million years behave that way. Okay? That's the difference. I think we need to expand on that, right? We need to think about that. You wouldn't say that shit to my face. Might come across as like some truism or a trope, something silly that people say, but in reality, it is actually an accurate reflection that we are much more mean to one another. We're much meaner to one another on the internet as opposed to in the real world, because there are so many other factors in the real world that come into play when you can actually hurt someone, both physically or mentally, when you can watch their anguish. All of a sudden, when you're not anonymous, the way that you approach people changes dramatically. You become an infinitely kinder person. Okay? The real world has real world consequences. I say this as someone who does not have any sort of anonymity in my life. I say this as someone whose every single action is constantly placed under a microscope by people who are heavily scrutinizing it specifically so they can present me as a bad person. Okay? So I live at that intersection of like being a real human being on the internet with my fucking face, and I'm constantly being treated like I'm not a real human being. Okay? So I see this every day. And I think it genuinely stems from the way that online has reshaped interpersonal communications in its entirety. I think that's part of the reason why people feel much more confident expressing these sorts of desires in private group chats, and maybe even feel confident expressing these sorts of desires in the form of white nativist policy and in the ways that they promote it openly on the internet. I guess this is the longest way to say the internet is making us more mean. Okay? Mixed into formal conversation about whipping votes, social media strategy, and logistics, the members of the chat slung around an array of slurs, which Politico is republishing to show how they spoke. Epithets like the F slur, R-worded, and the N-word, soft A, appeared more than 251 times combined. In one instance, Walker, who at the time was a staffer for Ort, talked about how a mutual friend of some in the chat dated this very obese Indian woman for a period of time. Ginta responded that the woman was not Indian. She just didn't bathe often. Samuel Douglas, a state senator from northern Vermont, the head of state's Young Republicans, replied to Ginta. What's crazy about it is like, what's crazy about this anti-Indian hatred is that like for the longest time, this kind of like anti-Indian sentiment was fairly limited, I would say, in like mainstream discourse, because in comparison to Canada or in comparison to the UK, there's just not a lot of like Indian people or Pakistani people in America as a significant minority population. I feel like they learned this shit from the European races. It's everywhere now. It's like unstoppable. And it blows my mind because like Americans, Americans don't really know the P slur, for example, right? Like I used to talk about that all the time. Like the P slur, Pakistani shortened to the first 4 letters, is not known in the United States of America as like a common slur. And it's really interesting because it's so not known as a common slur that like I think George W. Bush once famously said it and didn't realize that he was saying a slur and had to apologize for it. Whereas in Canada or in other places, in other British colonies, where there is a higher density of brown migrants, specifically from places like India and Pakistan, that is like a slur that people know. And it's a big no-no. It's very interesting. I guess what I'm trying to say is the racism doctorate recipient here is that Americans have advanced on their racism. And you're confusing George Bush with KSI? No, dude. Act presidential, the linguistic faux pas, an embarrassment. In yesterday's speech advocating for peaceful negotiations between longtime rivals India and Pakistan, President Bush stressed that the U.S. is working hard to convince both the Indians and the bleep that there's a way to deal with their problems without going to war. The White House said Bush had no idea the P word was considered an ethnic slur. Yeah, that's a fucking lie. No, dude. Dude, come on. Why would you believe that? Because I know how fucking stupid George W. Bush is. And I think some of you are too young. That's how his advisors spoke? Maybe. But I think George W. Bush is notoriously fucking stupid. This is probably true. It's unlikely that Bush would want to upset Pakistan, given its importance to the cause of the moment. However, Bush's offhanded, if unwitting insult, the White House's subsequent dismissal of it, and the fact that the whole ordeal was largely ignored by the American media will only worsen the United States' already lousy international sensitivity record. Yeah. The reason why they largely ignored this is because in America, people don't fucking know that as like a slur. That's probably the reason why they largely ignored it. Anyway, the broader point that I was trying to make is that like Americans don't know this because Americans don't have or didn't have the advanced racism of other British colonies. Especially against, like, this doesn't mean that there wasn't anti-Indian hatred, for the record. Make no mistake. Of course there was. But it was like making fun of Indians for owning 7-Elevens or something. You know what I mean? It wasn't like as advanced as the Euro-style anti-Indian hatred is. I'm Pakistani American, and most other Pakistanis I know didn't even know it was a slur at all. Yeah. In America, the most common form of racism I feel like that Indians experience was when people asked them if they're a 9/11 brown person or a 7/11 brown person. Like that was what they would that's what they would say. Americans, I'm trying to explain, are indiscriminate in their discrimination. Okay, they're not very. They don't have the advanced mind of a Euro style racist, if that makes sense. It's it's just they don't really care. They're like, you're not white. That's all I care about. Okay, you look kind of brown to me, boy, and that's their starting point. You know, calling all Asians Chinese, stuff like that. I can't tell if that's more advanced or less advanced racism when you really think about it. Because I feel like with accelerated transphobia, for example, like the most transphobic people know shit about trans culture that like the average trans person doesn't know. You know what I mean? Like they've studied the fucking ancient tomes of like trans medical research and shit. Specifically to be more hateful, more successfully, okay? More sophisticated versions of hatred. Anyway, let's just get back to it. In a separate conversation, Ginta shared that his flight to Charleston, South Carolina landed safely, then offered some advice for his fellow young Republicans. If your pilot is a she and she looks 10 shades darker than someone from Sicily, just end it there. Scream the no-no word. Ginta wrote. Douglas did not respond. Dude, what is up with this shit, bro? These motherfuckers. I feel like maybe they believe it. This is like unbelievably childish that it always made me feel like, oh, they're just saying that because they want to signal to other people that they're the right kind of racist. But like who the fuck makes this calculation, bro? Honestly, like there's never been a moment in my life where I have been fearful of a person that is in control of my destiny on the virtue of the color of their skin. Okay? I just cannot comprehend how little you must trust the institutions and how confident you are in like racial superiority that you don't just say it because you want others to believe it, but you personally believe that like a brown woman is incapable of commanding your flight. That's so fucking stupid. Okay, Disney streamer. No, I think this is being a dumbass. Like, this isn't a virtuous position, man. Like, I need you to understand something. I'm not being like, oh, look at how woke I am. I don't get scared when a fucking brown woman is my pilot. Like, that's a psychotic thing to even say. Okay? Like, that's not a demonstration of virtue, okay? That's just being a normal human being who understands the unimaginable amounts of fucking training that is required for someone to become a fucking pilot to begin with. Like, I understand the background, okay? I understand the background and what it takes to get to that point, specifically so that planes aren't fucking falling out of the goddamn sky. Whereas these motherfuckers unironically believe it seems. Like, I thought that they were just saying DEI because they cynically want more white men to be in positions of power. I didn't realize that they were saying DEI because they're genuinely fearful of black and brown people, because they genuinely believe black and brown people are inferior. I thought they just kind of cynically said that. Does that not make sense to you? Do you? Like, it's just, I feel like this is, sorry, not being a fucking dumbass is woke. Yeah, literally. I guess that's where we're at now. Oh my God. You're fucking virtue signaling because you're not the stupidest person I've ever encountered in my entire life. In a statement, Ort called for members of the chat to resign. I was shocked and disgusted to learn about the racist, anti-Semitic, and misogynistic comments attributed to members of the New York State Young Republicans, Ort said. This behavior is indefensible and has no place in our party or anywhere in public life. Really? Because this statement right here was very famously channeled by a posthumous Medal of Honor award recipient that got a Medal of Honor after his untimely demise today. His name was Charlie Kirk. Maybe he didn't say it like this, but he said things, you know, in that same field. Oh, Medal of Freedom, sorry, not Medal of Honor. Yeah, Charles James Kirk, Medal of Freedom recipient. Not Medal of Honor, I apologize. Medal of Freedom, Charlie wasn't a vet. Listen. Are we that far removed from giving a non-military member a Medal of Honor for being racist? You know? Especially considering how he passed away, I feel like that's something that the Trump administration could have entertained, I think. Notable, in light of many revelations in Politico's report, subjects direct ties and endorsements from Charlie Kirk's TPUSA operations / operatives, and contrived public concerns about rhetoric from the left. Video, Roger Stone, the day before the 2020 election, more below. Yeah, I'm proud to have supported Peter Ginta, the real chairman of the YRNF. Having a hell of a time in Nashville with Peter Ginta, Tex Pileski. Like, these guys are all intertwined with all of these other. These guys are all mixed and mashed in all of the National Republican Party political machine. The whole thread ties in. While shocking, this is unsurprising and was foreseen by many who closely follow campus conservatism and the like, and the sort of people recruited and fostered by that whole industry. More below. There are threads. Have numerous related receipts. Pictures. Holt's observation from 3 years ago. This is Jared Holt, who used to be at Right Wing Watch. I don't know where he is now. Leader of one of the most powerful GOP youth orgs today returns to Twitter the post. Great replacement theory light to his 1.7 million followers. Oh, 2022. Remember 2022 when woke was still alive, chat? And we would say, oh my God, these guys are saying great replacement stuff. That's scary. That's Nazi rhetoric. Nowadays, that's just fucking policy. This is what I mean. Woke is so dead. Oh my God, woke is so dead. Yeah, Charlie Kirk. There's an undeniable war on white people in the West. Not a great political environment we've got here in the U.S. where folks like Kirk feel comfortable posting racist psychobabble like this. Yeah. The representatives of the youth wing of the party have become overtly Hitlerian. And that is reflected in the overtly Hitlerian policy of the administration. That is my point. Okay? That is my point. And this didn't happen overnight. The type of shit that, you know, Jared Taylor used to fucking say for years and years was an analog to what Tucker Carlson was saying. And slowly but surely, people looked at that kind of messaging and went, this is great. I love this. And the permission structure expanded day by day. Jared Taylor is a famous white supremacist. Nowadays, it's hard to separate the fucking Grand Duke of the KKK from like the average young Republican in the way that they communicate on this stuff. Honestly, when you go back to it, I think Gamergate did do a fucking number on American men. Seriously. All it took was for a bunch of insecure dudes to feel like the one safe space that they had was being threatened by yucky women and gays. and they just all became like straight up fucking neo-Nazis. And then the second wave of that Gamergate was with the rise of Andrew Tate and accelerated misogyny. Also, the subtext that you called out right up top, Trump Vance admin wants to deport people for criticizing Israel, which they say is anti-Semitic, but apparently this is not. Of course. Of course. Come on. I can't think of a more anti-Semitic thing that you can do, which is to combat anti-Semitism while simultaneously being an overt anti-Zionist. This is the maximum anti-Semitic position you can arrive at. In his 2024 campaign, Trump spread false reports of Haitian migrants eating pets, and at one of his rallies welcomed comedian Tony Hinchcliffe, who called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage and joked about black people carving watermelons on Halloween. Liz Huston, a White House spokesperson, rejected the idea that Trump's rhetoric had anything to do with the chat members' language. Only an activist left-wing reporter would desperately try to tie President Trump into a story about a random group chat he has no affiliation with, while failing to mention the dangerous smears coming from Democrat politicians who fantasize about murdering their opponent and call Republicans Nazis and fascists. No one has been subject to more vicious rhetoric and violence than President Trump and his supporters. In the group chat, Ginta tells fellow Republicans that he spoke with the White House about an endorsement from Trump for his bid to become chairman of the National Federation. Trump and the Republican National Committee ultimately decided to stay neutral in the race. A White House official said it has no affiliation with Restore YR, that hundreds of groups asked the White House for its endorsement. Ginta was the most prominent voice in the chat, spreading racist messages, often encouraged or liked by other members. When Luke Moisman, the chair of the Arizona Young Republicans, asked if the New Yorkers in the chat were watching an NBA playoff game, Ginta responded, "I'd go to the zoo if I wanted to watch monkey play ball." Ginta else refers to black people as the watermelon people. Hendricks made a similar remark in July. Bro is at a chicken restaurant ordering his food. Would he like some watermelon and Kool-Aid with that? Bro, this is like, I feel like this is so, like, this is either like 70-year-old racism or like a 7-year-old's racism. Like, this is not, do you know what I mean? Like, this is the type of racism that like 7-year-olds hear from their grandparents and then say in the fucking playground until, you know, they actually get into trouble. They experience their first timeout or some shit. It's so strange. Oh, you're at a chicken restaurant? What's next? Watermelon and Kool-Aid? Like, what the fuck? Hendricks was a communication assistant for Kansas Republican Attorney General Chris Kobach until Thursday. He also said in the chat that despite political differences, he's drawn to Missouri's Young Republican organization because Missouri doesn't like F slurs. Wait, this is the guy? This is Hendricks? I think if you're built like a butch lesbian that just got out of the Navy, that is now commandeering the McDonald's as the regional manager, you should be able to say the F slur. It's actually fucked up because ladies who look like this are some of the kindest individuals on the planet. They're the most aggressive in defending social justice, and they have such kind hearts in general. This haircut is appropriation, though. Butch lesbians, fight back. Do not allow this. This is literally my non-binary aunt. Messed up. It's messed up. This is the built-in haircut of the most selfless lover who spends their entire lifetime rescuing former dogfighting pit bulls, okay? This is like, this person would not be out of place at a No Kings rally with a protest placard that reads like, you know, hands off my body or something, okay? Or Orange Man is a fascist. Okay, I'm going to move on. It's just crazy. Politico reached out to Denadri Herbert, a spokesman for the Attorney General who serves the Kansas GOP chair, and shared with her excerpts of the chat involving Hendricks. In response, Herbert said, "We are aware of the issues raised in your article and that Hendricks is no longer employed in Kobach's office." Great. I love Hitler. What the fuck? Yeah, I had some back and forth with the VC in Michigan. Current chair is a deer in headlights. We have a call on Wednesday. Many agree. He did say my delegates I bring will vote for the most right-wing person. Great. I love Hitler. In another exchange, Dwyer, the Kansas chair, informs Ginta that one of the Michigan's young Republicans promised him the group will vote for the most right-wing person to lead the national organization. Great, I love Hitler, Ginta responded. Dwyer reacted with a smiley face. Few minority groups are spared. Ginta, who serves as chief of staff to the New York State Assembly member Mike Riley, ultimately fell 6 points short of winning the chairship to lead the Young Republican National Federation earlier this year. Was it like he was too racist or something? Is that what it is? Like, or was he not racist enough? Italians spared, guys, please. I think half of the dudes saying this shit are Italian. Earlier this year, Stefanik accepted an award for the New York State Young Republican. She lauded Ginta for his tremendous leadership in August and had her campaign and the political PAC she leads donate to that state organization. Alex DeGrasse, a senior advisor for Stefanik, said the Congresswoman was absolutely appalled to learn about the alleged comments made by leaders of the New York State Young Republicans and other state YRs in a large national group chat. According to the description provided by Politico, the comments were heinous, anti-Semitic, racist, and unacceptable. He continued, noting Stefanik has never employed anyone in the chat. If the description by Politico was accurate, Congressman Stefanik calls for any New York Young Republicans responsible for these horrific comments in this chat to step down immediately. Stone also condemned the comments in a statement. Do we even believe that prominent national Republicans don't also speak exactly like this? I certainly don't. I believe that they do speak exactly like this. Am I crazy for this assessment? Because, like, I'm old enough to remember at least Stefanik quite literally endorsed a person who did say that about Adolf Hitler in a New York local race. That's not even a joke. She did do that, okay? Let's look it up. Elise Stefanik Hitler. Hey, Hassan, do you still take finasteride? I do. Where is it? Yeah. GOP House candidate. Why is this on imdb.com? What the fuck? It's a Rolling Stone article. GOP House candidate backed by party leadership said Hitler is the kind of leader we need. Carl Palladino, whose campaign for New York's 23rd congressional district is backed by House Republican Conference Chair Representative Elise Stefanik, made the comments to the Our House radio show host Peter Hunt. Okay. Hey, son, I've been a fan for a while, but what the fuck is this? Why haven't you addressed this? And it's an anti-Piker link. You know my ass is not fucking clicking on that on screen. Yeah, bro said that on radio, dude. I remember this about Elise Stefanik because Elise Stefanik has been seen as a champion of the rights of Jews in America, famously, with her blistering critique of numerous presidents of elite institutions of higher learning that weren't sufficiently pro-Israel. And she got a couple people fired as a consequence of her scathing interrogations. He's still not addressing it and it's slightly concerning. Listen, you got to sometimes let your homies kiss you goodnight, okay? And tuck you into bed. It's all good. It's not gay, man. Of course, I've never seen this alleged chat room thread, he said. If it's authentic, I would, of course, denounce any such comments in the strongest possible terms. This would surprise me as it's inconsistent with Peter that I know. Although I know him in his capacity as the head of the New York Young Republicans, where I thought he did a good job. Few minority groups are spared from the Young Republicans group chat. Their rhetoric, normalized at most points as dark humor, mirrors some popular conservative political commentators, podcasters, and comedians amid a national erosion of what is considered acceptable discourse. Ginta's line on darker-skinned pilot, for example, echoes one used by slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk last year when he said, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, oh boy, I hope he's qualified. Yep. Walker also used the moniker Eye Patch McCain. Originally, what? No, that's unacceptable. If I catch these motherfuckers yelling at what I said back in the day about who they are referring to as Eye Patch McCain, Dan Crenshaw, I'm going to fucking lose it. Because these dudes are so cynical, okay? They love talking about how fucked up it is when a young leftist is out there making jokes, cracking jokes about a congressperson by the name of Daniel Jedediah Crenshaw, okay? Yeah, how dare they? He's a hero. I was young when I did those jokes. I'm not young anymore, but I was a young leftist when I made those jokes. I'm an old leftist and I still make jokes like that, but I was young at some point. Yeah, one eye hole joke and I'm a fucking monster. Anyway, Crenshaw lost his eye while serving as a Navy SEAL in Afghanistan. Walker also makes the remark, I prefer my war heroes not captured, a repeat of a similar 2015 line from Donald Trump. Art Gibson, a professor at the University of Dayton who specializes in white racial extremism, surmised the young Republicans in the chat were influenced by Trump's language, which he said is often hyperbolic and emotionally charged. Trump's persistent use of hostile, often inflammatory language that normalizes aggressive discourse in conservative circles can be incredibly influential on young operatives who are still trying to figure out what is that political discourse, Gibson said. White supremacist symbols. Gibson reviewed multiple excerpts of the Young Republicans